Oh my god. Is this a rare morning stream? Can you believe it, folks? Ciao. Hi everybody, welcome back to another Space-tastic stream. My name is Antonius Drosera, Captain of PRISMA and Space Mafia VTuber. Today is April 24th, 2026, and we're back. I'm feeling a little weird. Today. I kept waking up, and I was like, you know what? Let's just sleep until the morning. You know, just put the nail in the coffin, reset the sleep schedule, which will probably be reset for about a week, and then I will inevitably mess it up again. I always do. Such is my life. But yeah, so that's my claim to fame today. I'm feeling very groggy, but at least I woke up at a reasonable hour. Woke up at like 7 this morning, and I feel like shit, but at least my sleep schedule is decent again. But that also means I'll probably be groggy as hell until I get used to it. Love it. Love that for us. Really, really fun. But hey, we're here. We're here, and we're queer. Some of us might be. I am. Maybe you're not. That's okay. I accept you for your heterosexual lifestyle. We're playing Ace Attorney. Yes. I think we're gonna finish the 4th case, and then we only have 1 case left of investigations. Can you believe it? 1 more case, and then we're moving on to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Very excited for that. What else? Pretty busy weekend we got. I mean, I'm supposed to be doing this stream last night. Oopsies. What do we got this weekend? I already get spam. Thought I saw a spam message. Thought I saw a bot, but I missed it. I missed it. Hold up. Do. Computer is so fucking slow. Just like me right now. Wake the fuck up. Stupid twink. No, I hate it because like when I'm tired, it completely affects my mood. Like I feel so like my energy is just so low. I wish I could bringing up. Caffeine just doesn't really work on me, dude, because, you know, ADHD, it's just not as, like, effective. It sucks. You know, the other option is I just, like, don't take my medication and then I'm hyped up out the wazoo, but then I can't focus on anything. You know, it's like, it's such a double-edged sword, because, like, I want to be present. I want to be locked in, but it's just like my mental just doesn't want me to be there. So don't take this as me being like not excited or anything, because I am. It's just a matter of like the medication, you know? It's a Hudson. Um, it's it's tough. It's tough being me. It's tough being me. That's what it is. Life is so hard when you're me. I am the most oppressed person on this planet, and you should feel pity for me. No, that's not what I'm saying. But like, I wish that there was just like a way to just like inject excitedness into me, like, but my brain just doesn't work like that. My brain is like, no, today we're gonna have the worst day, and I'm just like, and you know, it's gonna be like a bad day for me, because like I woke up and I'm just like, I want to eat everything. I want to eat everything. I just got groceries and now I'm like, I want to eat everything. And my brain is just like, okay. My body is like, I'm hungry, even though I'm really not, because I just ate a whole ass. No, I had like 2 breakfasts this morning. I had a brownie, not a brownie, a muffin, and some orange juice, and what else? Well, it wasn't orange juice, it was Tampico, because I'm broke. I like Tampico because it's like $3 and it's a whole gallon of just like not really juice, but vaguely juice. You know? Vaguely juice. And you're just like, this is good. I can work with this. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I love how it's like very proudly on the front. It's like less than 1% juice. That's how you know it's a banger. Because I'm not in the, you know what? I'm in this point in my life now where I've learned to like penny pinch everything. Um, you know, real juice is just not in the budget. Real juice is too expensive, you know, and they've got like the broke people juice, like the Minute Maid or whatever. Um, but that shit's disgusting. That shit is just like sugar. You know, I mean, so is Tampico, but like it's cheap sugar. It tastes okay. You know, it's not juice, but it's vaguely juice. Fresh squeeze, but it's so much. It is. Yeah, I've been wanting to get one of those like squeezers, one of those juicers, because I saw like somebody posted a TikTok on Twitter, as I do, of like some lady that just has like a squeezer and she just throws some oranges in there. And I got some oranges recently. I tried to do that, but I didn't have a juicer, so I just like smushed my palms together as like hard as humanly possible, and like it produced some juice, but definitely not a lot. It was definitely not worth the worth the hassle. And I'm pretty sure a tangerine got in there, so that kind of threw off the vibe of the juice a little bit. It was still good, but it was just like, oh, this is clearly not fully orange. There somebody snuck in here, and that was not the intention, but that is what happened. Because, you know, I like to go, because they always, whenever I go to the food bank, they always have like a bunch of oranges. But they're all together, like all the different types of like orange colored, like, you know, orange colored citruses, you know. Thankfully, a grapefruit hasn't snuck in yet. God forbid. God forbid I ever have to even touch a grapefruit. Those disgusting fake poser oranges. It tastes like shit. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. No, but I got a lot of good stuff. I got a lot of good stuff this week. I got a lot of salads because, you know, I'm a salad boy now. I'm getting a little addicted to salads though. I like had to restrain myself because I was like, I had a salad and I was like, this was good, but I want another one. And then I was like, no, one salad per day. One salad per day. You know it's bad. You know it's bad when you're having to restrict your salad intake. Like, I was genuinely like looking at my fridge. I was like, just one more pack of salad. I still think Caesar is my favorite. I've had a lot of different salads now. I've had like Mediterranean, I've had like Mexican, but I gotta say, I love salads, but they don't keep me full. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm just like not content with my salad. Caprese? I don't think I've had Caprese salad. I like Capri Sun. I don't think that's the same thing though. I knew a guy in my class named Caprice in middle school. His name was Caprice. But I do love salad. I love salad now. I'm a big salad boy. Now, the thing is though, is like if I went to a restaurant, I probably wouldn't order a salad. You know, I'd still would order like an actual entree. I think people who go to a restaurant and order salad are psychotic because it's like, what are you actually gonna do? Whyitalians.com, okay? Oh, interesting. It's a lot of tomatoes. What is this cheese? What are the little white things? Oh, there's apples? I don't know what those are. And looks like some basil on top. Oh, caprese. Oh, mozzarella. Mozzarella. Such a fake fucking Italian. No, if I went to a restaurant though, I'm not ordering a salad. What am I, insane? You know, because like what can a restaurant do to a salad that I can't do to a salad? You know what I mean? Balsamic vinaigrette and black pepper. I'm not a big balsamic vinegar type of guy. I definitely prefer the ranch. The ranch is definitely, I did have like a really sweet ranch. I don't even think it was a ranch. It was like, it was just something good. You must try a Caprice OMG if they have fresh masa. It's the best. All right. I'll look into it. I do love cheese. I'm big into cheese. I'm a big cheese guy. I had some very stinky cheese the other day. Is the YouTube still okay? No. See you later. Okay. See you later, Hudson. But yeah, big fan. Big fan of the salads. Also, I want to say thank you for 600 followers on Twitch. We just hit 600. Appreciate all the love. You better not be like 2 people that randomly unfollow me. I hate announcing it and then people are like, I'm gonna unfollow him just to like fuck him over. It's like, okay, man. Sure. If that's what makes you happy, I guess. But I still hate it, you know? I'm not gonna unannounce it just because you unfollowed. You freak. Excuse me. Anyway, let's just get into the fucking... Wait, I forgot. Sorry, my brain is really fried. Here, okay, so this weekend, what are we doing? Tonight we're doing Another Crab's Treasure. Saturday we're doing Sandland Finale. Sunday we're doing God of War Ragnarok. So, yes. We finished Kingdom Hearts last night. Oh my god, that was very frustrating. We are not coming back to Kingdom Hearts anytime soon. Well, not anytime soon, but like, or not anytime soon, but definitely not soon. It's gonna be a few months probably before we get into the next Kingdom Hearts game. And Saturday we're finishing Sandland, which I honestly don't anticipate to be a full stream, if I'm totally honest. I think we're almost done. I don't think it's like a Kingdom Hearts situation where there's like another 8 hours. I think we are genuinely at we're genuinely very close. So yeah. Yeah, we're pretty close. We're pretty close. I forgot my Switch. Hold on. Okay. Oof. Probably doesn't help that I ate like a fucking slob today that I feel the way that I do. God, I feel like shit. I feel like fucking shit, dude. Oh my god. But yeah, if we finish Sandland within like, I don't know, 5 hours, which is kind of what I'm anticipating, we'll play some more Tomodachi Life. Because I'm obsessed. Absolutely obsessed. What the fuck? 416, 408. Okay, so this is the newer one. I was like, why is it showing the area from the last case? I think it's because my saves are like weird. Okay, what the fuck is going on in this case? Fairly short case. It says 68? Alright. So there's a lot going on in this case. It's pretty short though, so basically Kay Faraday she comes into the office basically saying she lost her memory, right? She says she fell off a building. Someone pushed her off a building. And so now she has memory loss. I guess she was going with this other girl, Rosie Ringer. Florence Needler, Hilda Hertz were Florence was like helping Kay Faraday heal, I guess, like basically, you know, nursing her to health. Hilda Hertz was the preliminary inspector of the victim in this case. Franziska's here, that's our like adopted sister, I guess you could say. Eustace Winter, he's here. Verity Gavel, Rosie Ringer's the victim. Gumshoes our detective. Excelsius is the current chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, which I think he might have done the murder. Eddie Fender, senior partner at Edgeworth & Co. He's trying to get me to become a defense attorney. Emma Sky, a high school student looking to become a forensic investigator and the younger sister of my former boss. Lotta Hart, a freelance photojournalist who I've met in the past, known for her ability to sniff out scoops and snap them with her trusty camera. She's 25? This all has to do with like some smuggling. There's like a whole group of people in this building that are like in an auction for all the evidence that Edgeworth has like found in different cases. Gemma Ninja's mask made of cheap plastic. I think we figured out that this belonged to Rosie Ringer, the victim. She was present at the auction. It's the letter Kay was carrying. Dear Kay, don't worry, I'll make sure you get your precious thing back. Rosie. Ticket stub. This was, I think Kay's, right? Magenta flower. This was torn from the victim's clothes. Big building pamphlet. There was a whole thing with, they said there were 50 floors. Turns out there's 51 floors. And the 51st floor is the storeroom where they're keeping all of Edgeworth's findings from various cases. Kay's recollections. Kay remembers a person coming from beyond the concession stand and pushing her off the building. Keycard. A keycard that grants entry to the committee chamber found in the victim's hand. Candelabrum. 3 armed candle holder that may have been the murder weapon, judging by the wounds to the victim's chest. Initial findings of Dr. Hertz: cause of death, stab wounds to chest, head injury sustained post-mortem. Victim's body discovered in committee chamber. Preliminary findings place time of death at sometime late last night. Cause of death is the set of 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by a candle holder. Victim also suffered a head injury post-mortem. Other remarks: prominent burn mark on back of victim's right hand. Signed Hilda Hertz, coroner. She also had the K's promises notebook. I'm guessing that was the thing that was her precious item in the letter that was addressed to her. I don't know what's up with the burn on her hand, though. I'm sure that's gonna come into play. They said that it's old, like that it hasn't happened to her for a minute, but I don't know. Keycard record of keycards used to enter the committee chamber. The first person to enter it the night of the murder was Verdi Gavel at 10:15. At 12:52, Rosie Ringer. A letter that appears to have been written to the victim by K. It's bloodstained. Thanks so much for agreeing to help with my plan. Now we can both get what we want. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago, K. Ringleader's appearance. The ringleader wore a white jacket, white gloves, a magenta flower, and a mask. Age and gender could not be discerned. Miss Hart's observations about what happened during the mysterious auction. Illicit auction held in big building. Items on sale were mainly items of police evidence related to homicide cases. 11 attendees altogether. All were wearing masks. Auction continued even after the murder occurred. The stuffed animal we originally found in the Zhang Fa presidential palace, missing its left horn. Selection of various masks was kept on a rack. Each participant in the auction wore one. Photograph of the mysterious figure in the red raincoat. Blood was detected on the secret elevator. It looks like it dripped through the floor below. Box in which the killer hid the body. Traces of blood were detected inside. Blood found in the committee chamber. Was it placed there to hide the existence of the storeroom? Worn by the victim, whose fingerprints and blood were found on the hood. Well, okay. So there it is. There's all of the info that we have currently. I think this case is pretty close to closed. I think there's still 2 more parts left, but getting pretty close. We still don't know who actually did it. I don't think we have any actual conclusions on who did it either. But I think, based on the fact that Excelsius winner was so hasty to like cover up certain evidence, I think either he did it or someone close to him did it, because he must have some reason to have put the blame on K. Faraday. This is Dr. Hertz's preliminary findings, according to which the victim suffered a head injury post-mortem. But the order suggested by the bloodstains on the raincoat is exactly the opposite, yes. Bailiff, this court hereby subpoenas Dr. Hilda Hertz to the committee chamber with all due haste. Till she testifies this case cannot be brought to a close. It's the old lady, right? Yes, Your Honor. I'll go fetch her at once. Unfortunately, Dr. Hertz is a very busy woman. I doubt she will be able to come immediately. In the meantime, there is another important angle I would like to explore. Frankly, something has been bothering me about the person at the heart of this case. The so-called ringleader. Who exactly are they? Yeah, good point. We never looked into that, huh? Despite having been mentioned repeatedly in this hearing, we still don't know even the most basic facts that might help us uncover their identity. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any thoughts on the matter? We've seen nothing that might serve as clear evidence of the auctioneer's identity as of yet, but there is someone involved with the case that I can name. I suspect that at the very least, they might be able to point us in the right direction. And that's Chairman Winner. I demand that you testify as to what you know. What? Are you crazy? Why would you accuse my dad? You would cast doubt on the integrity of the chairman of the committee? Do you understand the implications of such an act? I don't care who or what he is. We're talking about the truth here. And about a man who seems dead set on framing Kay at all costs. The mask, corsage, ticket stub, and everything else, the items Kay was carrying when she was found, they were deliberately placed in her possession somehow, by Chairman Winner himself. A shocking accusation, and one I find hard to believe. But for the sake of completeness, I must ask, why would he do such a thing? To cast suspicion on Kay, of course, why else? I had managed to get him to say something to that effect. Chairman Winner, your rebuttal, please. I think the good chairman might be in shock. So what if I did? Did you hear me, dear boy? I said, so what if I did? You say you got me to admit as much, but where is your proof, With no witnesses to speak of, your word alone is hardly enough to make an accusation like that stick. Or do you mean to tell us that you have something more to base your outburst on? Still has the arrogance he showed back at the detention center, and yet... Mr. Edgeworth, I am going to have to ask you to explain yourself. What's up, Monkey? I am live early. I didn't get to stream last night, so I was like, let me just stream it this morning. Not at all. I'll be very interested to hear this for myself. I'm intrigued to learn where Miles might have gotten the idea that I'm some sort of criminal. Because you'll never find a more fine and upstanding citizen than myself. There's a lot of nerve acting all innocent like that. Very well, let's start at the very beginning. Don't tell me you're gonna start streaming early. Nah, I'm still gonna do night streams, but I forgot to stream last night, so I was like, let's just stream. Let's just stream this morning. The fact that the auction took place right here in the hollowed trial chamber is a point of suspicion. A location that should, by all rights, only be accessible to members of the committee. Yeah, they all have keycards to that room, after all. Furthermore, these auctions seem to be held on a somewhat regular basis. And for that to be possible, there can only be one winning explanation. That's right, Mr. Winner. That the auctioneer is a member of the committee. No! What on earth is wrong now? What do I do, Dad? I played right into his hands. Oh, you did indeed, you are a nitwit. But Miles, my boy, you do realize that you've cast quite the wide net with your explanation. That's true. There are 11 members of the committee altogether. 10 given Miss Ringer's unfortunate passing. 10 potential suspects in total. Well, it certainly isn't me. And it can't be the chairman, can it?
Whoever it is, speak up right now.
Calm down, all of you, please. Well, Miles, is that all the proof you've got against me? You're very quiet all of a sudden, but it's too late to back out now. You accused a former chief prosecutor and current committee chairman of a crime. I would tell you to prepare for the worst. But there's no preparing for what you're about to face. Oh shit. Got the crazy eyes, know your place. You've been forcing us to argue over every little detail for a while now. Where the murder happened, the order of the victim's injuries, some other things I hardly even remember. But you needn't have bothered, my boy, because it's all irrelevant in the end. Think about it. The suspect herself has already said she did it. It's That's all that matters at the end of the day, and her sentence will be lighter for it, so rejoice. And there you have it. Feel free to pick holes in it as you see fit. How can I when that was barely a testimony to begin with?
That man is a very powerful person, isn't he? It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. Please, just let it go. I did it. I'm the murderer. I even remember doing it.
You saw a flash of something half-remembered, Kay, nothing more. If you must believe in something, believe me when I say you should believe in your own innocence instead.
But
Up against the head of the committee here, this isn't going to be easy. But he seems to think he's already won. Perhaps I can use that against him. I'm not going to find any contradictions in a testimony like that. He seems to think he's already won. But just maybe I can use that against him. I seem to recall the ringleader's identity and the faulty coroner's report being critical parts of contention. Yes, I was listening, my boy, but critical is a matter of opinion. Did somebody call for me? No, not you. Okay. Not you, moist critical. How can you possibly suggest that such fundamental issues are not important? Perhaps it is your ability to make sound judgments that should be on trial here today. Oh ho ho ho. Bravo, my young hothead. Wonderfully cutting stuff. You do like to try, though, don't you? Just because she confessed to something doesn't make it the truth. Kay is suffering from amnesia, so any statement she makes should be taken with at least a grain of salt. Even voice lines. Even so, it doesn't exactly solve anything for us, does it, dear boy? It would be nonsensical to dismiss her confession outright. I tell you what. Why don't we ask her one last time, though I'm sure she'll just say she did it again. Fine, let's do it. Let's ask her again. Let's see if she really believes herself to be the culprit.
Huh? You mean me? Is this really what you want, Mr. Edgeworth? If it goes badly, it could significantly weaken your position.
I know, but there's no other way. I only requested that I be the one to question her. 45, baby. You really know how to tug at an old man's heartstrings, you know? But fine, ask away. On one condition. Hell yeah. I'm proud of you. Thanks for the support. If this turns out to be a waste of time, that's it. The fuck is even burning? We'll call the proceedings to an end, then and there. Agreed? Call the proceedings to an end? You mean the hearing? Yes, dear boy, that's right. Perhaps you aren't a complete muddlehead after all. Now, just so we're clear, if we ask again and all that happens is the girl confirms her guilt, she's officially declared guilty on the spot. Yes, that sounds like a great plan if I do say so myself. That's it? You just declare her guilty just like that? That's the gist of it. It's a big risk, but he's going to find a way to condemn her either way if we don't do something. Okay.
Yes?
I know it's a lot to ask, but I need you to think. Do you remember anything else about what happened on the day of the murder? Anything that might help us prove your innocence?
Why? Why are you still fighting it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's no use. I can't be of help to you. I'm sorry. I'm too scared to try and remember anymore. What if I remember something even worse? If I did, I'd just be making more trouble for you. Please, just accept it. The Kay you thought you knew is a dangerous criminal. A criminal who let you down and betrayed your trust.
Don't worry, Kay. You have nothing to be afraid of. I may not have known you for very long, but I know you well enough. And right now, I'd say I know you better than you know yourself. You would never commit a murder. You could never, because this is who you really are. The Yatagarasu pin. You're the great thief Yatagarasu. Hell yeah. A noble outlaw who would never stoop so low as to kill.
I can't do it. I'm sorry. Because all I can see is the one memory that's returned. I have to face it.
No. The only evidence of your guilt is the confession they forced out of you. As I said earlier, you have to believe that you're better than that. Or are you saying you don't believe a word of what I've been telling you?
No, it's not that. You're trying so hard to help me. And you're risking so much for me. It's too much. You have to stop. I'm begging you.
So that's what's going on. I thought it was strange, but now I see. The reason you're allowing yourself to be railroaded into accepting your fate is because of me, isn't it? Which is exactly what the K I know would have done.
You're a good person, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm not. I suck. And I don't plan on becoming one anytime soon. Because despite all your wishes to the contrary, I'm still trying to help you. So you see, I've merely been servicing my own ego, regardless of what I put you through. Now let's try this again. See the good in yourself, Kay. Remember the noble thief you truly are. That memory of you committing the murder, you need to question it with all you have. That's all I ask. So please, do it for me. Kay.
What's wrong? Did you remember something?
Hoo-hoo! It'd be like some cliche movie plot if she did.
A cow.
What the fuck? A cow?
Mr. Edgeworth, if you could perhaps ask her for a few more details.
Well, Kay, what can you tell us about this cow?
I remember now. The person in the red raincoat, she had it in her hand. A stuffed cow. I can see it so clearly now.
She had the burn mark, too.
Are you sure, Mr. Faraday? Hi, Susu.
Are you absolutely certain, Miss Faraday?
Yes, I'm sure.
Then this court acknowledges the defendant's latest statements as new testimony. Have you lost your mind, Verity? We can't accept testimony like this.
With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, information pertaining to the victim and her possessions is
new and highly relevant evidence. Need I remind you of the addled state of her memory? No, this simply won't do. Oh yeah, it's convenient. It sure is convenient when she says that she did the murder, but then when she's like, I remember a cow, it's like, no! What's up, Luna? Alright, I said hi, now back to work. Good luck, Susu. It's going.
Don't? But if we claim her memory is unreliable now, then our own argument is weakened, sir. You said yourself only a few minutes ago that thanks to the suspect's confession, we need not worry ourselves over the finer details, did you not? Were we to call the validity of her memories into question, then we must also call into question the confession on which our entire argument is based. Is that really the most advisable course of action?
Yes, you're right. Proceed as you see fit, then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're still in the game, but only by the skin of our teeth. I never understood that. saying. It's like skin on our teeth. I hope we don't have skin in our teeth. And only thanks to Judge Gavel's intervention. It's almost as if she was on our side for a second. I think she is. I mean, I feel like she has, but ever since she came in when we were in the holding cell and she visited us, I feel like she is she might know something that we don't.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, the stuffed animal?
I believe the cow in question is this thing here, Your Honor. We found it in the storeroom and believe it is yet another auction lot.
Wait, that's...
Hmm?
Do you know something, Gabel? No, it's just not what I imagined.
I suppose it is a rather odd thing for the victim to have been carrying. I should look over it carefully. Oh, the horn? The right horn seems intact, but I can't say it's doing much for the overall symmetry of this stuffed toy.
Look, Mr. Edgeworth, it moves.
It does? Whoa.
Sounds like sand being crushed?
It would seem there is a recording device hidden inside. And I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Nothing to say for yourself? Waited so long for this day, and now I'll finally have my revenge. Ah! Could this be the moment of the murder?
And someone made a recording of it.
Hey, that's them right there. Those are the voices I heard. Sure, it's eggs is eggs.
Unfortunately, we have no way of verifying when these voices were recorded. It's possible they have nothing to do with the murder. If only there was some accompanying video footage.
You got bugs in your ears or something, lady? I done told you there's them the voices I heard. And we already know the victim was holding that thing, right? So it's gotta be from when she got.
Yes, it is a possibility, but a weak one without more than your word to back it up. We need something more, something credible.
We need? Yet again, she seems to be stepping in help. Jeez. Oh man, I stepped in help. I think they meant stepping in to help. Judge Gabel, I think we all know the voices are from the moment of the murder. Consider for a moment the words we heard one of the speakers say. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. I believe we have something that could explain what these words are referring to and how it's all related. Each piece of evidence proves that the voices are from when the murder occurred. Is it the burn?
The coroner's preliminary findings, how do they prove anything?
Indeed, what on earth shows that the voices must be from the time of the murder? The burn. Think again on the words we heard. This part in particular sticks out of my mind. You can't hide that burn from me. The victim had a prominent burn mark on the back of her right hand. And what of it? According to Kay's testimony, the victim was carrying this stuffed cow toy. And a burn mark, an identifying mark unique to the victim, was mentioned on the recording it captured. It's just a coincidence. Stuff like that happens all the time, right?
I'm not so sure it does. Especially not in this case. The court accepts that the recording may be from the time of the murder.
In which case, one of the two voices must belong to the real culprit. And based on the content of the conversation, it seems likely that it's the one we hear the most. That still doesn't tell us anything about the victim's or the killer's true identity, or even if they're male or female.
Due to the voice changes, correct. Unfortunate, but unavoidable. One thing, however, has become clear. We are now able to say that the voices Miss Hart heard were those of Miss Ringer and her killer. Just like I done told you they was. We can say something else now, too.
Then let's hear it. That is, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Do as you wish. According to Miss Hart, just before the murder occurred, 2 people came up to the storeroom for the committee chamber on the elevator. The ringleader and one of the auction attendees. It seems this was the point at which money exchanged hands. The murder happened immediately afterward, and the auction carried on after that. All of which points to one key fact. Ringleader and one of the auction attendees. The ringleader was the victim, the ringleader was the killer. It's gotta be one of them. Miss Ringer wasn't the killer, she was the one who died. The auction carried on after that, so then was the ringleader the killer? Since the ringleader was the auction's sole auctioneer, it follows that they cannot be the victim. Hey, Gavel. Not right now, Eustace. There's a good boy. If they weren't the victim, then they can only have been the killer. Compelling argument, but hardly conclusive. I'm fully aware of that, Your Honor. I was merely warming up for the main event. There were certain traces left on the scene that seemed to suggest that the ringleader was the killer.
Please hurry up and show us.
What is something that was placed on the scene that points to the ringleader as having been the killer? Whoa. The appearance? Placed on the scene that points to the ringleader as having been the killer. the Jammin' Ninja's mask? I don't know. Victim's letter? The broken plushie? Dude, I don't know. Place at the scene. The card? What the fuck? The red raincoat? Candelabrum? I'm pulling up the walkthrough. This is ridiculous. Committee chamber blood. The killer deliberately left a large pool of blood at the fool of the goddess. The foot of the goddess of justice statue. It was due to that blood that we originally thought the murder had happened in this chamber. But it was simply a ruse designed to cover up the blood that had dripped down the storeroom. In order to conceal the existence of the underground auction, correct? Correct. If the culprit had nothing to do with the auction, they would have had no reason to cover up the blood, which further supports the theory that the ringleader and the killer were one and the same. And as to the identity of the ringleader, do you have anyone you'd like to name? The auction is always held in this committee chamber, with its storeroom located just overhead. So at the very least, we know the murderous ringleader has some connection to the committee. Yes, yes, and you suspect me, correct? As the committee's most powerful member, that should hardly be a surprise, right? Objection. You're a fine prosecutor, that much I'll give you. But as I think I may have mentioned already, you're also hopelessly naive. You've got nothing, dear boy, have you? No evidence whatsoever. Unless you've got something to share after all. So I have my evidence. Do I have my evidence to show that Chairman Winner is the murderer? I say I don't. It was Chairman Winner himself who brought up the fact that I suspected him. He seemed confident right from the get-go that he's untouchable. Which means he knows. He knows I have nothing. Oh ho ho, well, Miles, my boy, time to pay the piper. I've always wanted to say that. Verity, he's all yours. Wait, dang it, I just remembered something. Huh? Did you have amnesia too? No, it just done came to me, flash of inspiration, you know how it is. Very well, say your piece. What are you doing, Verity? Mr. Edgeworth has made it clear that he won't give up until every last lick of hope has been extinguished. So extinguish he must, lest he try to drag us through this excruciating process again in the future. Yeah, what she said. I don't quite get it, but it sounded pretty cool. Don't worry, Dad. I'll help Gavel bring this to a winning finish. We'll show them how wrong they are. Fine. Let's hear what the witness has to say. You heard the chairman, Miss Hart. If you would be so kind. Well, all right then. Here goes nothing. The facts, Miss Hart, and nothing but the facts, please. Don't you worry your pretty little head on that front. I'm a journalist. Truth's my middle name. Actually, my middle name is Annabelle, but you know, color me officially worried. So the ringleader's the killer, right? Which makes the victim one of them auction goers. Thing is, that don't add up. I counted 11 people coming down that hatch C. Then the murder happened, and then the auction started back up again. Now he had me look back downstairs right after that. No. Wouldn't you know it? There were 11 little duckies all lined up in a row again. How? And you're sure of this, Miss Hart? Sure as sure can be, your gavelship. Saw 'em with my own two peepers. So, 11 before the murder and 11 again right after means... Wait, that's a thingy? A contradiction, Eustace. Do try to keep up. Miss Hart, did nothing really change at all? I done told you already, they carried right on again like nothing ever happened. Oh, except for, it wasn't nothing much, but what is it? It's definitely something much. That little old mallet doodad. Can't have yourself an auction without one. Kinda like the one Missy over there got, but different. The auctioneer's hammer? That's the bunny. We recycled that one from the regular Ace Attorney games. But we put it in black and white, so you can't really fully tell. And it's been a minute since Drosera's played the original trilogy, so we thought he wouldn't recognize, but he did. I done heard that thing banging and clanging right the way through, then nothing, just like that. So the noise of the hammer stopped midway through? Could it have something to do with the murder? So what, so then was the actual person that... What, did it actually end up being the auctioneer that got murdered? I don't know. That is very strange that there were 11. So that means like one person got in there through other means? If what Miss Hart is telling us is true, we have something of a problem. Namely that If the victim is neither the auctioneer nor one of the attendees, your entire theory cannot stand, Mr. Edgeworth. Chalk one up for justice. Eat that, Edgeworth.
See, Mr. Edgeworth, there really was nothing we could do.
No, there must be something we're overlooking, something we still don't have an explanation for. I just need to think. If I can't, Kay's... Alright, kids. Do we finally have all our answers now? If so, then I expect you to make good on...
One moment, sir. I worry that it might still be a little early to pass judgment. After all, we have one more matter yet to resolve. And until we do, we cannot claim complete and total victory over Mr. Edgeworth. Is that not so, Mr. Edgeworth? Frankly, I expected you to have raised your voice by now. A loud hold it, perhaps?
Oh, yes, of course. Once again, she has rescued us from the jaws of defeat. She has stepped in help. Very well, let's get this over with, shall we? What is this one matter that still remains?
Why the contradiction in the coroner's report, sir?
That's... I'm back with the witnesses, Your Honor.
What's this all about? Why'd you call us back down here? Did somebody suddenly fall ill? I'll have a compress ready in 2 shakes of... Ouch!
This better be good. Did someone else drop dead? Well, they might soon wish they had.
Dr. Hertz, Miss Needler, thank you for coming on such short notice. Let me assure you this won't take long.
Quit trying to butter me up and cut to the chase, will ya?
Of course. We summoned you here to confirm something.
What is Judge Gavelle up to?
Dr. Hertz, this court asks you to provide the unabridged truth regarding the following. Do you stand by your preliminary findings? Can you vouch for the complete and total accuracy?
Grandma doesn't make mistakes, ever.
That's strange.
Huh? What do you mean?
In the course of this trial, an error was indeed found in her report. And so I ask again for the truth, Dr. Hertz. Did you alter, tamper with, or in any way falsify your findings?
That's awful. How can you even say that? What are you asking me for? Why the heck would I want to do that?
To help the true culprit, of course.
As if I'd know anything about all that. I just know I didn't do anything of the sort.
Then that seems doubly strange. What other explanation could there be for the discrepancy in your report, Mr. Edgeworth? Or if you might have any thoughts on the matter. It's not like you to be coy, I must say.
Why does she keep taking charge and helping me? Still don't know what she's trying to do, but I'll happily take what I can get. Everything was recorded accurately and then handed off to Mr. Winter according to protocol. Then the report shouldn't contain any mistakes.
Wait. For the record, I didn't do anything to the report.
I guess we'll see, won't we? Dr. Hertz, perhaps we could begin with your side of the story.
Why do we even need to? This is pointless.
I'll be the judge on what's pointless, thank you very much.
No, I'm the judge.
Oh, sorry.
We have patients waiting back at the hospital.
But Grandma, ouch, we really don't have time for this.
Won't you please help us? I can't stress how important this is.
Grandma says she'll testify. But could you please make it quick? If we're not back soon, people will suffer.
And yet you had no qualms about taking your time and buying cotton candy the last time we saw you. We'll let you go as soon as we can, I promise. Assuming you tell us the truth, that is.
No way there's a mistake in Grandma's report, not never.
I've been dealing with the dead longer you've been alive, Sonny Jim. Me writing something wrong is about as likely as ouch. And what the heck do you think I'd stand to gain by doctoring a file, Don't make a lick of sense.
And that's all she has to say. Nothing funky there.
See, it's just as I thought. There's no chance the good doctor doctored her findings.
And you swear by the holy goddess that this testimony is true? Of course. Grimace never told a lie in her.
Your opinions are not necessary, Nurse Needler. Your grandmother is the subject of this inquiry, not you.
Not necessary? That's not fair. I'm the only ally poor Grandma has.
Go ahead and shout objection left and right, but you best be prepared then, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor.
Oh, I'm more than prepared. I'm ready to expose the truth behind the error in the report.
Dr. Hertz doesn't sound like she's lying.
No. But she only communicates through her granddaughter. She'll probably try to make sure that Nurse Needler is being truthful too. Okay. The victim appears to have put this raincoat on after sustaining the head injury. And yet there was not a single drop of blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, she must have been hit in the head before she was stabbed in the chest, making it pre-mortem.
Oh, that's ouch.
I don't need you to teach me how to suck eggs, young man. My danged report already says what you just said, don't it?
Your report states the head injury appears to have been sustained post-mortem. What is that? Which is the exact opposite of what I just said?
Oh. Sure.
I diligently dictated that report to Florence here, and she wrote it all down just like I said it. If something happened to her after that, weren't nothing to do with me.
You dictated it? You could please tell me more.
I diligently dictated that report to Florence. Anything after that weren't nothing to do with me.
Just so we're on the same page, what were your conclusions regarding the body?
Well, like I said, ouch. Sorry. It was,
death from a good hard knock to the noggin.
And can you say for certain that when that knock happened, Dr. Hertz?
Pre-mortem, of course. Chest wound happened after the poor girl died.
I'm pretty sure it was the opposite, wasn't it? I thought the head wound happened post-mortem.
I told Florence that, and she wrote it right down, so that's what it says in my day's report.
That may be what you told her, but I think we're finally getting to the truth. Post-mortem, yeah. Dr. Hertz, I'd like you to take a look at the report for yourself.
Oh, I'll read it. Ouch.
This ain't what I said. This ain't what I said at all.
What? What do you mean exactly?
I don't know. But I can't say that.
Oh.
Miss Needler, if you are attempting to bury Dr. Hertz's truth, I will gladly hear a confession myself on behalf of the goddess of justice.
Dr. Hertz seems to be telling Judge Gabel something in private.
What? I see. Very well.
Allow me to relay to everyone what you have just told me. Ain't no doubt what I said. I dictated my findings to Florence just like I told you I did. The fuddle-headed young thing must have wrote it down or wrong or something.
Wow, that was a great impression.
Yes, but was it really necessary? So in summary, there is an error in the report. And it was all because of you, Nurse Needler. The true facts have now been shown to be that the head injury occurred prior to the chest wound. The question now, Miss Needler, is why did you introduce such an error? Just a minute, Verity. You make it sound as if the poor girl did it deliberately. Whereas it seems to me she just made a little mistake, a little oopsie. We all make a little oopsie. Pre-mortem, post-mortem, they're practically the same word, don't you think? Except they mean two completely opposite things. This was deliberate, no doubt about it.
But why would she want to change it? Exactly, thanks. Ouch. You won't get away that easy.
You won't get away that easy. Explain yourself, young lady.
But Grandma,
You submitted a falsified report, an act that led to Kay being accused of murder. You owe us an explanation.
I can't tell you.
Not don't want to, but can't? This is really rather unpleasant, don't you think? Ganging up on this poor, considerate girl who's only looking after her grandmother. She has nothing to do with anything. She simply made one tiny mistake. So why not leave it there? You'd like that, wouldn't you? Because the only person her testimony would hurt is you. What on earth do you mean, my boy? Seeing as you're now a de facto ex-prosecutor, you're going to need to explain yourself better than that. I'd be happy to. I'll even spell it out for you. NURSENIEDLER''S. Role in this crime was very important because she's a co-conspirator. Nurse Needler doctored the report in order to cover for her accomplice.
Ouch.
Oh, so she's a co-conspirator, this innocent young thing. Do share your grounds for making such a wild accusation, dear boy. The murder couldn't have been committed by one person working on their own. Without at least two people, it wouldn't have been possible to maintain attendee numbers. That would explain it. If the auctioneer was the murderer and the victim was one of the attendees, the fact that a witness testified to there being 11 attendees even after the murder doesn't make sense.
Hey, watch it. Y'all gonna call my good word in a question now, too?
That's not what I meant. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I'm taking you at your word, which means there must be a co-conspirator.
Oh, okay.
I know it's hard, my boy, but sometimes you just have to accept that you were wrong. I wasn't wrong. I just hadn't considered the possibility of the killer having an accomplice. But as soon as we do, things start to fall into place. If the killer's accomplice returned to the auction room in the place of the victim, there would indeed have been 11 attendees both before and after the murder. Well, so that's your thinking, is it? It's certainly an intriguing theory, but surely the imposter would have been spotted right away. I don't imagine that Nurse Neither looks strikingly different from the victim in build and stature. With the help of a mask, she could very easily have replaced Miss Ringer without anybody noticing. Well, Nurse Needler, is that what happened? Did you take the victim's place at the auction?
I wouldn't do something like...
Now tell us, the ringleader, who were they?
I can't tell you, I just can't. It hurt Grandma too. Ow. But Grandma...
Don't you worry about me, I can take it. You just tell me everything, child.
But...
So I was right. She was an accomplice.
Miss Needler, why?
I wonder if she, like, caused her to have the amnesia.
Well, Miss Needler, can you explain yourself? Yes. Huh? Oh, thank you, Grandma, but I'm alright now. I confess it. I changed places with Miss Ringer.
So you admit that you were working with the ringleader?
Yeah, I was helping them. I don't know how, but they found out Miss Ringer was going to attack them.
The culprit was going to be attacked by the victim?
They seemed pretty sure it was going to happen that night, so they made a counterplan. They wanted to strike first, and they wanted me to help them. I was told to go to the storeroom before the auction began and wait there.
How does it benefit you?
Now hold it right there, Missy. I didn't see nothing, and my eyes don't lie. If you'd have been there before the auction, I would have bumped right into you. I was there the whole way through, and you weren't there for a bit of it.
But I'm not lying.
Well, that's easy for you to say, but you were lying about altering that report only a few minutes ago. I think we're all well aware of the number of potential hiding places in that storeroom. Are we? Where exactly are you trying to say our friend, the nurse, was hiding, hmm? Nurse Needler hid here while she was waiting in the storeroom. Was she inside of the little storage thing? Clothes box? She hid inside this closed box. Oh, she did she?
Huh? Well, I was there the whole time, even before I moseyed on in. But like I done told y'all, it had all them chains around it. Wanted to hide in there myself, really, but it was locked up tight, so I had to go elsewhere.
We'll be right back.
Ooh.
Imagine that's because Nurse Needler was already lying in there by the time you arrived.
That's right. We didn't want anybody to open it, or would have really blown our cover. So the ringleader told me to climb in and wait until it was time for my part of the plan. And then they wrapped the whole box up in chains. I think they took the elevator downstairs not so long after. It was just before the auction was due to start. So as the auction was beginning, you and Miss Hart would have been the only people in the storeroom. Yeah, I think so.
The auction proceeded as it always did. Until a certain customer came upstairs to complete her purchase. That was when the incident occurred. Oops. Miss Hart overheard the victim and the culprit exchanging words around them.
You betcha. I was behind this statue there, shaking like a little dang leaf the whole time.
In the middle of their quarrel, Miss Ringer was killed by the auctioneer. Imagine that the auctioneer then carried Miss Ringer's body over to the clothes box, from which Nurse Needler emerged and swapped places with the victim. Replacing Miss Ringer's body inside the box, Nurse Needler's role was to pretend to be Miss Ringer. The two of them returned to the room below as if nothing had happened. Does that about sum up what happened in the storeroom, Nurse Needler?
Yes, in fact, that's exactly what happened.
Hold up, so you just waltzed right back on in and nobody noticed? This is two completely different people we're talking about. You're telling me not a one of them other folks down there at the auction cottoned on?
Why would they? The other auction goers had no reason to notice the difference when Nurse Needler entered because... Sorry, I'm clipping my nails. The other auction goers had no reason to notice the difference when Nurse Needler entered because... she had stolen the victim's clothes, maybe? As we've seen, Miss Ringer and Nurse Needler are about the same build. What's more, the auction rules required attendees to wear their masks at all times. If Nurse Needler were wearing the same clothes as Miss Ringer, nobody would have been any the wiser.
No, and they weren't. I borrowed Miss Ringer's clothes and ouch.
And left the poor child in her smalls? Have you no respect, girl?
No, Grandma, I thought the same thing. It wouldn't have been nice to leave her like that. So when the ringleader wasn't looking, I put the raincoat on her.
So that's how Miss Ringer came to be wearing it. Thus the auction was able to carry on as before.
Guess the part where I caught the red raincoat on film came right after, or came just after. Yeah, it must be. Then it all makes sense. Right after that, when I went on over and looked downstairs for the gap in the elevator. Spied me 11 happy little auction goers, and I snuck to my little hidey hole.
Don't tell me you were hiding back there the entire time after that.
Well, that is not exactly.
What is it? Did something happen?
Well, maybe I ought to have mentioned this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks after that. Well, passed out unconscious, you might say.
What? What happened?
No, nothing much. Silly, really, but there was this sudden really loud noise, and it startled me. Just a little bit, you know. Alright, maybe more than a little, but I just witnessed a murder. Can't blame a girl for getting jumpy. Guess I got my heart shook and my head faint. Before I knew it, I was out like a light. By the time I came to, it was the next dang day, and there y'all were, clanking down that ladder.
I see. So you were startled by a loud noise and fell unconscious? I suppose that means you don't know what happened after that.
Not per se, but, well, after the auction was over, all the masks were back on the rack. So I reckon the guests done finished up and filed out one by one, just like they were supposed to.
I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
what you think, doofus. You drive as fast as you can, challenging the corners. The corners, huh? That's really the kind of thing you do for fun? I wouldn't be doing it if it was boring. Look, you're a dude, right? And you're telling me you don't feel the unquenchable desire to tackle those raging hairpins? Oh, no. That's really the kind of thing you do for fun? I wouldn't be doing it if it was boring. Look, you're a dude, right? And you're telling me you don't feel the unquenchable desire to tackle those raging hairpins? Oh, no.
Before your master. Let me be the blesser of all souls.
Duty calls. When duty calls, you gotta answer. Nurse Needler. Once the auction had restarted, what exactly were you doing?
I was pretending to be Miss Ringer and placing bids just as the ringleader wanted. I had to win the clothes box as I'd been instructed. I had a dead body inside after all. Imagine if someone else had won it. We would have been in real trouble then.
So you had no idea that the victim had vacated the box in the meantime?
No, not until we came back so I could pay for it. That was what we noticed.
The ringleader told me to go look for it right away. Except I found some other girl collapsed at the foot of the ladder instead. Okay. Yes, she must have fallen from up on the roof when she had been knocked unconscious. Guess the victim must have left that hatch wide open, huh? That would explain it. Kay would have been so shocked by seeing Miss Ringer fall unconscious right in front of her that she wouldn't have seen the open hatch and fallen right through it. Explains the noise that caused her to faint as well, Miss Hart. It was the sound of Kay crash landing onto the storeroom floor. Yeah, I suppose. Can't believe something like that done knocked me out for so long, though. So in summary, by the time Miss Needler found Kay, you were already sound asleep behind the statue. I think we've got a good grasp on what occurred up until this point now, Miss Needler, if you would continue. Sure, so I found Kay, and next I found Miss Ringer. I put them both in the clothes box. We wouldn't risk any of the auction goers seeing them. We couldn't risk them. That would have caused a real hullabaloo. Was that your idea or the ringleader's? Theirs. But putting the raincoat on Miss Ringer was my own idea, so I tried to get rid of it before they found out what I'd done. I imagine they were none too pleased when it showed up as a real surprise piece of evidence in this case. And lastly, the ringleader and I put her in an auctioneer's outfit we'd prepared, of course, which completed the deception and made everyone think she was the auctioneer. All in all, the auction finished up without anybody noticing anything, and that was that. Now that we know the extent of your crimes, Nurse Needler, if you have anything further to share, I'd advise you to do so immediately. I wish I could tell you more, but I'm sorry, that's all I know. So she doesn't know who the actual perp is? Oh, except for one other thing. It did seem a little strange, I guess. When I was borrowing Miss Ringer's clothes, I took everything I could, but I couldn't take her hair, obviously, so ouch. You're dang right you couldn't take her hair. What kind of medical professional are you? That's where you draw the line? So taking her clothes was okay? Well, no, I mean, she did say that was wrong. Our hair was totally different. The style, the length, everything. I kind of panicked. But the ringleader thought of everything, including wigs. 2 of them, in fact. There was a straight one and a wavy one. They were both stashed in the clothes box. 2 wigs, but why? Right? I wonder that too. I thought maybe they were worried she might have changed up her style. Anyway, I took the straight one. That was the one that matched her hair on that day, leaving a wavy wig in the box. And that's everything you know. There's nothing else you're forgetting? No. Huh? No, really, Grandma, that's everything. And I take it you really have no idea who the ringleader might be. Sorry, I only know that they were in charge of the auction. I didn't see them without their mask on. And they were pretty careful to keep their identity a secret from everyone. Why did she do it, though? Like, why did she... I don't really understand that. If I can't get something concrete on them. Well, Miles, are we about done? You've proven the nurse was part of the murder plot, but sadly for you, it doesn't change a whole lot. Because it does nothing to prove that Kay Faraday isn't the ringleader, and justice must prevail. We can't change the law, even for your sake. Is this it? Am I not going to be able to save Kay?
Objection!
Franziska, what are you doing here?
As I told you before, Miles Edgeworth, where the case leads, I follow. Your dedication is an inspiration to us all.
You weren't saying that to me. But don't you're getting the wrong idea, little brother. Little brother?
I'm only here to deliver the truth regarding the suspect. I'm certainly not here to forgive you for abandoning the way of the prosecutor.
I understand that.
You should thank your former subordinate for what I'm about to share. In his desperation to help Kay Faraday, he gave me a valuable piece of information.
Detective Gumshoe did that?
Prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth, for the final piece of the puzzle. Rosie Ringer's head wound was the first of the injuries she suffered, not the second. Well, someone say something.
Yes, there's no easy way to say this, Franziska, but we already proved that ourselves.
You... what?
Yes, just a few minutes ago. Oh!
Well, why didn't you say so sooner?
You didn't exactly give us a chance.
But I suppose you knew about the murder weapon, too?
No, not yet.
Good. Then listen up. The victim was struck on the head with a blunt object bearing a circular surface, and the wounds to the chest were actually inflicted post-mortem.
A circular surface. And you're certain of that, I assume? Your sources are above board?
2 trusted medical professionals reached the same conclusion independently. You couldn't ask for more.
That's certainly good to know. Unfortunately, you're overstepping the bounds of...
Of what? I am the prosecutor in charge of Interpol's investigation into the underground auction, and this murder occurred during that auction. It would be negligent of me not to pursue leads pertaining to related parties. Especially the victim.
My, you've really become quite the force to be reckoned with, haven't you, my dear?
Then all parties are in agreement. The victim died from a blow to the head. Sadly, the murder weapon itself has yet to be identified.
Based on the shape, I might have an idea or two.
But, guys, I didn't turn up any other weapon during my investigation.
And yet, one need only think about the setting and an auctioneer's tools, and the answer should be obvious. Yeah, true. It's a frisbee. No. It's the hammer. Because it was missing, right? An object with a circular surface used in an auction. We're obviously talking about the auctioneer's hammer. What would an auctioneer have readily at hand? An auctioneer's hammer, of course.
But we never found one of those. If the auctioneer was indeed the killer, it does seem a likely candidate for the murder weapon. But without the evidence to support your theory, it remains nothing more than that.
Oh, I have just the evidence you need right here. This piece of evidence strongly suggests the auctioneer's hammer was the murder weapon. I remember Lotta said that it... yeah. Auction continued even after Ringer's murder, but the sound of the auctioneer's hammer could no longer be heard. Miss Hart told us something very important about the auction after the murder occurred. She said that the very prominent sound of the auctioneer's hammer could no longer be heard. Now, why would that be? I'll tell you why. Because it had just been used in a murder and was covered in the victim's blood. It would need to be disposed of. Isn't that right, Chairman Winner?
I'll have our people look into this right away.
Oh, you really are like a dog with a bone, aren't you, dear boy? But if you can't dedicate yourself to a cause when you're young, when can you, He seems very confident we'll never find it.
Very well. A search for the murder weapon will be conducted. In the meantime, this court is in recess.
To be continued.
Let's finish this case.
Silence in the courtroom, please.
Miss Monkarma, if you would be so kind as to update us on the progress of the search. It's not good news, I'm afraid. The entire big building has been searched from top to bottom, and no auctioneer's hammer was found anywhere. That is bad news indeed. Then we have no choice but to move ahead with the verdict. Oh, such terrible shame. But I suppose only a fool would have left the murder weapon behind. It's certainly not what I'd expected from a first-rate criminal mind. No, there's just not enough to work with here. Can't carry us any further on my own. Yes, it really is a tragedy, but such is life, I suppose. I was just thinking back over the defendants I've made plea deals with over the years. People who poured their hearts out to me, who trusted me with every detail of their crimes. And then when it came to their sentencing, I recommended life in prison every time. Damn. For every single one. That's definitely not going to look good for you when you're doing your plea, my man. Oh, if only you could see them. Their stupid, dumbfounded looks on their faces. The verdict will now be passed. All present will accept the goddess's word of law. There's nothing more I can do. Kay and I are both... If only we had some proof. I never imagined I would be passing judgment on you under such circumstances. The end of the road, huh? By the power vested in me, Excelsius Winner, this court hereby indicts you for your crimes. Oh? What? What? Oh, what on earth's gotten into you, Verity? I submit for the court's consideration the case file of a certain incident, namely the IS-7 incident, a murder that took place 18 years ago. What? The last case? But what does that file have to do with... Wait, you mean... Your late night visit to this chamber, that was to... Precisely. I came here to retrieve these documents. Though sadly it would seem that I arrived too early to catch the auction itself. When we spoke of the matter before, I implied that I had come to retrieve files pertaining to your own case. You'll have to forgive me, that was a ruse to buy myself more time. Interesting. Okay, where does this come in? Is this the case from... This is the case from the last one, right? What the heck are you doing, Gavel? You can't just accuse my dad. Without proper grounds, it's deformation. Deformation. An excellent observation, Eustace. It is? And of course, I have the grounds to make such an accusation. 18 years ago, Mr. Manfred von Karma had some details about the victim's body fabricated. Details he was forced to fabricate when the sculptor Artie Frost's body went missing. My papa? Fabricating information? What is the meaning of this? Wouldn't be the first time. Ian Seidman, the detective originally assigned to the case, did in fact report that the body had gone missing. However, it seems that a certain someone wasn't very pleased with Mr. Von Karma. And deliberately withheld that information in order to bring him down a few pegs. What? What? This individual refuses to allow anyone to go against their wishes, or to challenge their power. And they're known to go to extreme lengths in order to bring those who defy them to heel. 18 years ago, they were no different. In fact, they even ordered Dr. Hertz to create a faked autopsy report for the IS-7 incident. What? She was responsible for the fake report? Wait, you have to understand, Grandma, she's not a bad person. She had to do what he said. She didn't have any choice. He? The person in question was the chief prosecutor at the time. The chief prosecutor 18 years ago? No. The man who gave Papa the first penalty of his career. Excelsius winner, it was you. What are you all talking about? My dad would never do something like that. I'm sorry, Eustace, but your opinion on the matter is not needed here. Well, Chairman Winner, do you have anything to say for yourself? All that nonsense with the body, that was Manfred's doing, such a willful boy. And the fake autopsy report, Hilda, how could you? I can't believe you naughty kids would do such dishonest things behind my back. We could just ask her why she did it. She is standing right over there after. Wait, Grandma can't. She's... Grandma, I'm sorry. I knew. That's why I... Right, exactly. If I didn't, everybody would have found out about what you did. I see. Makes more sense. They said he was going to charge you if I didn't help them with their plan. They said he would... I just had to do what the auctioneer said. So you were coerced into it, were you, Nurse Needler? And just to be clear, the auctioneer was Chairman Winner. I'm sorry, but I honestly don't know. The person forcing me to help them was the auctioneer. And they definitely looked to be about the same build as the chairman, but I never saw their face. Well, there must be something. Any detail, no matter how small, will do. Oh, wait. Their mask didn't cover their whole face. And the part that wasn't covered had a tattoo on it. I remember that much for sure. Tattoo? Tattoo. This all sounds very dramatic, but I really don't know what you're talking about. There's no tattoo anywhere on my face. I think I'd know if there was one, wouldn't you? Which means I can't be the ringleader, no matter how much you might want me to be. I really hope you can figure out who the shameless manipulator might be. Your contempt for this courtroom is an insult to the goddess. Are you sure it's not you who's feeling insulted here? I'm not the only one who has been trying to bring you to justice. Miss Ringer has been trying to. And I refuse to let her sacrifice be in vain. Young Rosie was looking to take me down, you say? But why? I barely knew her. I've always had a certain magnetic charm, but I don't remember ever catching that particular eye. You barely knew the victim? Why, I do believe that is a new statement. The goddess demands that you offer your full testimony on the record. So that's how this is going to go, hmm? You mean to hound me until I finally break? Well, if that's the way you want to play it, fine. I'll destroy you all, every last one of you. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to work with you on this one. I doubt we'll get another chance to put him on the stand. So let's make the most of this opportunity. Of course, Your Honor. I wouldn't have it any other way. Now, Chairman Winner, will you tell this court everything you know about Miss Ringer? Welcome back, Rain. Young Rosie was a member of the committee, of course. But we never really had any personal interactions, at least none that I remember. I had no motive to murder that poor girl whatsoever. I have absolutely no idea why she was after me. So you don't mean to accept your part in any of this? Of course he doesn't. He isn't guilty. How could he be? He's my dad, the winner of winners. That's very kind of you, Eustace, but you'll need more than mere words if you plan to cover for me. Right, you got it. I won't let them pin this on you. I believe in you, Dad. You'll beat Edgeworth. I know you will. Yes, you really are such a sweet, simple child. He really loves his dad, huh? But that's no excuse for him to ignore his father's crimes. No matter how much he respects him, Regardless of their station in life, all criminals will be made to atone for their sins in time. This won't be easy on Mr. Winner, but it has to be done. We can't let his father get away with this. Young Rosie was a member of the committee, of course. Are you voice acting? Yeah. But we never really had any personal interactions, at least none that I remember. I had no motive to murder that poor girl whatsoever. I have absolutely no idea why she was after me. Alright, I'm just gonna go from the top. As a member of the committee, you must have at least been familiar with her face. Sure, but that's about all. I saw her every once in a while. So you'll say you barely knew the victim at all? That's exactly what I'm saying, my boy, yes. Why, I never even knew about the burn mark on her hand. You didn't? I mean, what's the point? You get to know someone, but before you know it, they're gone. It's become such a pain to remember things about others. They're here one day and gone the next. So good. Oh, thank you. Appreciate you. Yes, because they dare stand up to you and you make them disappear. You could please add your remark about the victim's burn to your testimony, Chairman Winner. Okay, we got an addendum. Why, I didn't even know about the burn marks on her hand. You're sure you didn't know about the burn mark? You really don't let up, do you? I'm not in the habit of memorizing who has a scar on their hand and who doesn't. But this wasn't just any old scar. I'd say it's pretty noticeable, in fact. Perhaps under normal circumstances, but now that I think about it, Miss Ringer did always wear gloves. Truth be told, I wasn't aware of the burn mark until after the incident myself. So was the burn mark... Is that what she was talking about, getting revenge then? The victim's hands were always covered by a pair of gloves. It makes sense, of course. People can be very self-conscious about such things. I can only sympathize, being something of a sensitive soul myself. I hope you're not too sensitive to append that statement to your testimony. Although I suppose she was always wearing gloves. Perhaps it was to hide that burn. She wasn't wearing gloves in the autopsy report. Her gloves were in her coat pocket. Okay, maybe not. One of the people recorded had a prominent burn. So, Miss Ringer always wore gloves. If she did, that raises a rather important question. Highlights quite a contradiction. A contradiction, you say? Really? If you listen again to the conversation that was captured by this stuffed cow, you'll soon see what I mean. Why the fuck was there even a cow that records audio anywhere? I knew it was you the moment I had laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Nothing to say for yourself. Waited so long for this day, and now I'll finally have my revenge. We can be reasonably certain that what we just heard is the moment the victim was attacked. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. We assumed that those were the words of the killer. And where's the problem in that? Seems like a perfectly sensible assumption to me. I'm afraid not, Chairman Winner. For you see, if the victim was always wearing gloves, as you just testified, then the burn marks on her hand should not have been visible to the killer. Right. You speak as if the gloves can't be easily removed. She could have taken them off during the auction. You just said that she didn't, though. That's...
But she hadn't. She was still wearing them when I changed places with her. So they must have been on her hands when she was being murdered, too.
What are you saying, my dear? You do know how much trouble you're in, don't you?
I'm not scared of you anymore. I have Grandma on my side now.
Now it's time for you to pay the piper, Winner, you dang devil.
Sleep well, Rainy. I see, so you're both looking to disappear too. That can be arranged. Not this time, Excelsius Winner. The only person disappearing will be you.
Hey, can't talk to my dad like that. Hairs of the burn was covered up. Why does that even matter?
Oh, it matters, because it turns out our understandings of the burn mark on its head. It turns our understanding of the burn mark on its head.
What do you mean? What can the fact that the victim's burn mark was covered up possibly tell us?
The murderer had a burn mark too. Think about it like this, Mr. Winner. The victim was wearing gloves, therefore the burn mark on her hand would not have been visible. In which case, whose burn mark was it that was being referenced in the recording?
Somebody who, wasn't the victim?
Precisely. Which can only mean that the culprit had a prominent burn mark too. Or to put it another way, I knew it was you the moment I had laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn mark from me. Those words were spoken not by the murderer, but by the victim.
No way!
Eustace, my boy, would you mind stepping aside for a sec? Look, Miles, it's nice to see you having fun with your little flights of fancy, but let's get serious. So the murderer had a burn mark now. Really? Where? Your little theory will either take flight or die, depending on your answer here, I'm afraid. He's not messing around. I have to figure out where that burn mark was and fast.
I wonder where it could have been. All of the auction people were wearing disguises, right?
Yes, and each disguise was different. Yet in spite of that, the burn mark was visible to the victim somehow, which means... Well, shall we? Enlighten us, why don't you? Where was the murderer's burn mark? I assume you have some evidence. Didn't they say it was on the... Well, she said it was... She said there... Lotta said there was a tattoo on her face. Or on the perp's face, right? I feel like that's what she said.
Take that! Could the ringleader have looked when Miss Ringer saw the burn? If I just focus on that, the answer should come to me. Oh, wasn't there... Yeah. Also had a tattoo on the part of their face the mask didn't cover. Take that!
So it wasn't a tattoo, it was a burn mark. Right. Here is my evidence. The outfit the ringleader was wearing throughout the auction. Or rather, the outfit you were wearing, Chairman Winner. Oh, ho, ho, ho. And what exactly is that supposed to tell us? A suit, white gloves, and a mask. This disguise should have covered almost all of your skin. But according to Nurse Needler's testimony, the auctioneer's mask didn't quite cover your entire face. Not only that, she claims to have seen a tattoo on the part that was exposed. Is the wig a beard? Or is the beard a wig? But was it a tattoo, or did she simply mistake a burn mark for... A burn mark on the face? Sorry to interrupt while you're so clearly enjoying yourself, dear boy. But I regret to inform you, that none of the committee's members has such a burn. Myself included, of course. But Dad, Eustace, do you think you can be quiet, please? You can be foolish on your own time later. Well, you may be an annoyance most of the time, Mr. Winner, but on this particular occasion, I'm grateful for your presence. A reaction like that from you, his son, is as good as an indicator of the truth as I could have hoped for. It gives me a much-needed confidence boost concerning another theory of mine, namely who that one unexplained item belongs to. What's the matter with Mr. Winner? I think he might be in shock. After all, he's usually the last to figure things out. But in this case, he seems to have gotten there all too quickly. He knows that his father is indeed the real murderer.
He's sad because he knows the truth? So, it's better not to know the truth at all?
No, Kay, it's what we came here for. But sometimes in the words of Lizzo, truth hurts. As Lizzo once said, I just got a DNA test. Turns out I'm 100% that bitch. It doesn't matter how we get there. The important thing is finding the truth. You yourself told me that once, right when I needed to hear it the most. And now it's time for me to repay the favor and show you the truth of your innocence.
I want to know, too, the truth of what really happened. So please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you show me?
I very much intend to. Oh, ho, 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 ho. You don't know when to give up, do you? Where is this burn, then? Perhaps you can point it out to me. But you can't, can you? Because it's nowhere to be found, just like your evidence that I'm the killer.
Yeah, hunt for the contradictions all you like. You won't find any. Because he's my dad, a winner through and through.
I understand, Mr. Winner. I completely understand why you don't want to believe it's true. If you ignore the truth now, you'll regret it for as long as you live.
Dad, what do I do?
I just don't understand it. How could I have raised such an utter buffoon? If you really wish to help your father, Eustace, you can try thinking on your own for once in your life, you useless nitwit.
But I try all the time, Dad. All I do is try. I went to the school you wanted me to go to. I aced every test. Look at my jacket. They only give these to the valedictorian. I did everything you told me to. I worked like crazy and graduated top of my class. I tried to be just like you and win as many trophies as I could.
What's up, Mom? You really are just a simpering simpleton, aren't you? Those tests you aced, I had the school give you perfect scores on all of that. Yeah, I was wondering why he can't even pronounce defamation correctly. Those debate and speech competitions you won, the judges were all friends of mine. If you never even realized that much, there's no hope for you, I'm afraid. None at all. You're no son of mine. Even you must see that. Oh, Gone, my own son. They all leave in the end. Oh, ho, ho, ho. I mean, boo hoo 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 hoo. Even when he was trying, he was failing, and he did it all for me. Then he should have tried harder. Yeah, I do feel bad for him. I mean, he's a little shit, but like, he was, you know, it's like, what was it? What was that one girl that was like a huge story? What was it, like 5 years ago? The girl of whose daughter was it? It was like a famous daughter that her mom like had all these connections in school and just like paid her through the whole thing. And who was it? Fuck. I feel like it was one of the full, I think it was, yeah, the Full House daughter. I typed Full House daughter. Full House daughter college. Lori Laughlin pays $500,000 for college tuition of 2 students. And her husband Massimo Giannulli, Olivia Jade, and Isabella Rose. Yeah, Olivia Jade, I think she was like a YouTuber as well. And I remember like she got like the brink of the shit for it, but it's like, I don't know, I kind of felt bad for her in a way, because it's like the real like wrongdoers in that situation were the parents, right? Like the fact that you raised your kid without any like morals of, you know, having to do what you need to do to like get into a good college is like, that to me, I don't know, that kind of pissed me off. Like, I'm not to say that like Olivia Jade did or didn't know. Like, I think she did have some idea, right? It is basically kneecapping. Yeah, like, it's not like I necessarily pity her for, you know, like, woe is her for getting into a good college on like with no really good merit. But at the same time, it's like, I feel like she got so much more of the brink of the harassment for it, because it's like, oh, she didn't work to where she was. It's like, yeah, she didn't, but like her parents really were the ones that put her in that situation, you know? Like, you know, my mom, I'm very thankful that my mom has always been very like, you know, I was raised fairly, you know, I'll say this, my mom was a single mom, right? She worked very hard, you know, got out of poverty to make sure that I didn't ever miss a meal. And I never knew that until later, because, you know, it was just like so much of, she's one of those people that is so principled off of like working for everything. So, you know, by the time I had grown up, it was like, oh shit, like, damn, she really did. It was hard to see from like, from the inside out, where like everything is going so well, and then finally she's like, okay, this is how we are where we are, right? And I just feel bad that there aren't like people who ever, like, it's weird, right? I don't necessarily pity someone for being like filthy fucking rich, but I do pity the children for never having to really fight for anything, right? Never having to be in a position where they actually are having to go through everything everybody else is, right? Because then you get into a situation like this, and it's like, I don't think she really, I'll be honest, I don't think she really fully understood, right? Because she's just a kid. She didn't know what it was like to have to do all this stuff, because everything was handed to her on a silver platter. So like, I don't know. I don't, like I said, I don't feel bad for her for that aspect. I feel bad for her more so that like she was the one that got the most shit for it. You know what I mean? In terms of like the court of public opinion, I do think that her parents did like, you know, pay the price for it in the end, but it does suck, you know, because you're like, you kind of are just set up that way, and it's just like, damn. And I remember it did genuinely seem like she didn't fully understand that. That is also the worst thing, right? Is when you think that you're doing all this on your own merit, and then behind your back your parents are just like forking over $500,000 to all these different like big educational overlords. You know, that really does gotta feel like a slap in the face. You know, obviously I don't feel like, I know I keep saying this, but like I don't feel like she was like, I didn't feel super bad for her overall, but I think like in hindsight it's like, damn, it really wasn't her fault at the end of it. It was it was her parents being fucking asshats and not just being like, listen, we got here, now you need to get here on your own merit. I think that that's important. Like, I think that's also why so many kids that are like nepo babies, right? I think that's why they get so much shit, because it's like, you see, they don't exactly have like as much talent as like other people who are working 100 times as hard as they are, right? They're working so incredibly hard to make their dreams a reality, and then you see these kids who have like famous parents, and they're like given everything on a silver platter. It's like, I think that does cause a lot of resentment. Now granted, there are like nepo babies that I think are talented, like I think Willow Smith is like a great example. I mean, a lot of her music is really good. It's not to say that like every nepo baby is like not talented, but I think it is kind of like, it's hard to root for somebody who is just like, who has not had to work a day in their life to get to where they are. It's crazy, weird like sidetrack conversation, but it is interesting, you know, like, I'm interested to see, I hope in this like last case, Eustace gets like you know, has like a redemption arc where he's, you know, actually on his own merits. I'm sure he will. After all, this is Ace Attorney. Everything ends well in the end. One way or another. But yeah, very interesting character. You're a disgrace. And so is Lori Laughlin and John Marco, whatever the fuck his name is. You don't deserve to be a father, and you certainly don't deserve to be chairman of this committee.
Even I feel sorry for the boy now. Poor Mr. Winter. Explain yourself, Chairman Winter. Just what do you think your son is to treat him in such a way?
An utterly useless pawn sounds about right. But you're one to talk, Verity. You try to worm your way into my trust by using Eustace too.
I cannot deny it. However, I have never thought of him as a mere pawn. He's oomph. He may not be a naturally gifted prosecutor, but he tries. In some ways, he tries harder than anybody.
Oh. She's the mom that stepped up.
That's what I have witnessed during my time with him. Yet you would call him useless? How could you?
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Because he is Verity, my girl. He is utterly incapable of doing anything I ask of him. But doesn't that make you kind of a failure as a father?
Mr. Edgeworth, I entrust my offerings to the goddess to you, so that you may use it to call her final judgment onto Excelsius Winter.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've been more than ready to do so. The ringleader had a visible burn mark on their face that night. Then it would follow that Chairman Winter is currently hiding that mark somehow. How exactly was he dressed during the auction? That will be the key to solving this case at last. Yeah, I think the second wig must have been the beard.
Now then, your answer, please. Which piece of evidence will help us to reveal the burn mark on the culprit's face?
One wig was straight and the other wavy. Ringer's hair was straight, so wavy was not used. Yeah, so he must have, like, used the wavy wig as a beard. Recall Nurse Needler's testimony, if you will. There was one thing we never quite resolved. The second wig. The one that wasn't used.
I seem to remember it being wavy. What are you talking about?
Nurse Needler apparently found some very interesting items when she went to swap places with the victim.
And? What do they have to do with the burn mark?
What she found were two wigs. One was intended to make her look more like the victim. But what was the other one for?
I don't suppose it was meant to be a spare.
It doesn't take a huge leap of imagination to see the truth. Compare Chairman Winter's current appearance to that of the ringleader as it was described to us. Stop it! Stop staring at me! One very prominent difference presents itself. His face, or rather what's around it.
You mean, it wasn't a wig after all?
Indeed, not a wig intended to go on top of the head in any case. It was a fake beard all along, wasn't it, Excelsius Winter?
They're fake?
This is all my own, dear boy. How very unkind of you to suggest otherwise. We saw how your son reacted when he realized the truth, and how he desperately tried to cover for you even in light of his realization. Yet you still feared that he might expose you. So rather than take that risk, you bullied him until he couldn't take it anymore. Because he knew that your beard hides a prominent burn mark. Chairman Winter, I insist that you remove your beard this instant. Ooh. Oh.
There it is, the burn mark. Mr. Edgeworth, for bringing evil to justice before the eyes of the goddess, you have my thanks.
No, thank you. I couldn't have done it without you.
Excelsius Winter, in the name of the goddess, I here pronounce my verdict. In the matter of the murder of Rosie Ringer, this court finds you guilty.
Damn. April 6th, 9:44 a.m. Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, Chamber.
Mr. Edgeworth, I can't thank you enough. You never gave up on me, even when I gave up on myself. That was very kind of you.
There's no need to thank me. As a prosecutor. No, as a friend. It was the least I could do. All.
Mr. Edgeworth, rejoice. I've learned that Chairman Winter has been safely delivered to the detention center. The search for the missing auction hammer continues, however. We are talking about Chairman Winter here, so it's highly likely that it has already been destroyed. In addition, there is one other matter I must inform you of. The chairman made a rather strange statement. According to him, the letters were not part of his plan.
What? How could that be?
Thanks so much for agreeing to help with my plan. Now we can both get what we want. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get your precious thing back. He claims that he and Miss Neither found this letter on Miss Ringer's person, and that they then found a second letter on Kay's unconscious body. From their contents, the letters seemed to be ones of correspondence. So he leapt to the conclusion that they must have been working with each other.
That's quite the conclusion to jump to.
As he read the letters, that's when he came up with the idea to frame Miss Faraday for Miss Ringer's murder. So he decided to place the victims in a very conspicuous place. Namely, in her left chest pocket.
Sounds to me like he's just trying to make excuses for himself.
Yes, I certainly thought the same. Perhaps it was some sort of last-ditch ploy on his part. But it matters not. He will answer to the goddess now. And under her scrutiny, such strategies cannot hope to succeed. He will not escape justice. And with that, one of the duties with which I have been entrusted with is completed last.
Judge Gabel, before you go, can you tell us what you know about how Chairman Winner came to murder Miss Ringer? There's more, isn't there?
Yes.
What's up, JKG?
And I suppose you have earned the right to the whole truth. Miss Ringer once had a lover, a press photographer. He was investigating the underground auctions.
Are you still playing this? Yes, I am still playing this. Is that a problem?
But before he could uncover the truth behind, is it a crime? Is it a crime to play a game that I like? But before he could uncover the truth behind the auctions, he was disappeared. All Miss Ringer was left with were the memories and personal effects of her lover, and so, seeking revenge on Chairman Winner, she made her appearance at the auction.
I like this game. I like it too. Maybe think of Ace Attorney Investigations 1. Well, there are a lot of cases, so I guess you could probably ascertain that the game ends after each case, but they're all in the game.
And so, seeking revenge on Chairman Winner, she made her appearance at that auction. Oops. Unfortunately for her, her opponent struck first.
I see, so that's the story behind this case. Trying to clear up confusion, I didn't mean to suggest anything. No, it's okay.
While the goddess does not condone acts of wanton vengeance, she does condone the consumption of wonton soup.
Gavel, be serious.
Sorry. Miss Ringer's actions have exposed Chairman Winner's crimes at last.
So that was your real goal. You were tasked with exposing Excelsius Winner and the corruption at the heart of the committee.
Does anyone know what happened to Mr. Winner? I'm afraid he's dead. I'm afraid I haven't been able to get in touch with him. Do you have any idea why? Probably because I wasn't there for him just now when he needed me most. Oh, I really feel bad for him. Well, don't pity him too much. At least he knows the truth now. And no matter how hard it might be, he'll need to learn to accept it. If he can't, he'll never be able to move on with his life.
Out there when you need it the most sounds like my dad. Damn.
Trust me.
A father's influence isn't easily erased, but in time he can hopefully try and change his ways. Well, I don't know how much time he's gonna have. If he's 68 and he just committed murder, it's probably, not gonna be a sentence he outlives, I fear.
You're right. You gotta be. Can I change too, I wonder? Can I move on with my life? Are you okay, Kay? How's that head feeling? I'm fine. Thank you? I'm sorry, Kay. You were my patient. I had a responsibility to you, and instead I let them accuse you of— Ouch!
Dang right, we ain't just in the business of fixing bodies, missy. The mind's where it all begins.
You're right, Grandma. Speaking of which, how's your memory? It's like, with a little more time, maybe I'll be able to remember some more. There's still one more case, so... Please forgive me, but I had better be on my way. I have a Zoom meeting at 4. And goodness, we're already half an hour late. I really hate those Zoom court calls. They're always so awkward. I am to preside over the trial of Fifi Lagarde in a bit.
The Bronco Knight case, huh? Who's the defense attorney?
It was supposed to be Miss Ringer, but as she is no longer with us, we are still in the process of finding her replacement.
Miss Ringer was scheduled to represent Warden Lagarde. Of course, until we find Eustace, there is nobody to act for the prosecution either.
In any case, I must take my leave. No, wait, please. What about Mr. Edgeworth's badge? What's going to happen to it now? With its chairman under arrest, the committee's activities have been suspended for the time being. So to answer your question, it's complicated. Much like my Facebook relationship status. We're working things out. It's all up to the goddess now. But...
Don't worry about it, Kay. It's a consequence of my own making.
And I assume you do not mean to change your mind? Just like my wife has decided that she may want to pursue things with a man?
Of course not. What is this? What is this bit?
I don't know.
I chose the path of the truth, and I chose it willingly.
With Chairman Winner out of the picture, justice is in the hands of the righteous once more. If you did wish to follow the path of the prosecutor again, Mr. Edgeworth, I would be more than happy to facilitate such a decision.
It's very kind of you to offer, but I can't accept your help at this time. I can't ask for my badge back when I'm not even sure if I want it anymore.
Just like my wife and her attraction to women.
Is everything okay?
I see. It's a long story. It seems we are destined to continue on different paths then.
Well, I trust you'll keep my badge safe until they converge again.
With all I have. In the meantime, I have here a token of the goddess's mercy. You may return this notebook to its rightful owner.
Kay's promise notebook.
It seems it was due to be sold in the auction, and with the name Kay written on its cover, Chairman Winner made the connection immediately and knew who it belonged to. It was the same name as the one in the letters, after all.
The letters he claimed to know nothing about? I suppose he insisted he didn't prepare them.
Yes, he also had something else to say. Apparently he thought that Miss Faraday was after her notebook and that Miss Ringer was after his life. And that their respective goals are what led them to cooperate and infiltrate the auctions together.
Unfortunately for him, he misread the situation completely. It was all just happenstance. If Kay had known a defense attorney who was also a member of the committee, there's no way she would have told me. That just isn't like her.
Well, I said the same thing to my wife when she started canoodling with Jeremy.
Maybe your wife is just bisexual and she wants to try other things?
Oh no, I don't believe in that.
You don't believe in bisexuals?
No, it's not that. It's just... it's complicated.
Unlocked case 4.5. The mystery of Verity's lover. There's no way she wouldn't have told me. That just isn't like her.
Your belief in her is so touching. While the notebook did become part of Chairman Winner's cover-up scheme, it is also a treasured possession of Miss Faraday's,
which is why I would like for her to have it back, as I am sure with the goddess. You know, my boyfriend is bi. My relationship has never been better.
Well, that's just your relationship, Mr. Edgeworth.
Thank you.
I pray that it helps her to recover but her lost memories.
But he hasn't had a girlfriend since the last one he had murdered a guy, so, and then pinned him for the murder, so, you know, it does kind of turn a guy away from dating women, I suppose.
Is everything alright?
Judge Gavel wanted me to return something important to you. Kieris?
Isn't that... Always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers.
Daddy, I wrote them all down, Daddy. Yeah, I'm gonna keep all my promises and be a real hero when I grow up, just like you. Oh wait, I forgot to write one down. The most important promise of all. Promise number 5. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. I remembered it just how you said it, and now I'll never forget it.
Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. That's right. I have to try. My
God.
Kay Faraday. The great thief will do anything to get her hands on the truth. Second Yata Garasu and assistant to Mr. Edgeworth.
Hey, is that really you?
Can't say I'm not a little bit embarrassed, but yeah, I'm back. And I couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Edgeworth. You never stopped helping me, even when I was totally lost and couldn't remember anything.
Thank goodness. You certainly seem to be back.
Kay, so this is the real you, huh? Welcome back. It's so good to know you're better. I can sleep easy now.
Yeah, sleep in the slammer.
Now that you found it, don't you dare go losing that memory of yours again, young lady, I hear.
What's the stats on someone getting amnesia and remembering their past info? I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, this definitely isn't realistic. I feel like it's like a slow... If you do get it back, it's like a slow trickle, right? Yeah.
Miss Needler, Dr. Hertz, thanks a lot for looking after me, but thanks a not for pinning the murder on me. And if you really are better,
how about you get out of them dang hospital duds?
Oh yeah, I washed all your clothes for you, here.
I thought they were with Detective Gumshoe.
He handed them over to us after they came back from forensics.
And did he happen to mention if forensics found anything of note?
I didn't ask. Anyway, never mind that now. Put them on, Kay, I want to see.
Wait, what about her bandages? Surely it's too soon to remove them.
Oh, it's probably fine. She may have taken a big old bump to the head, but she wasn't really hurt otherwise.
What? That wasn't necessary.
But then, why all the bandages in the first place?
Prevention is better than cure. A stitch in time saves 9. Those are just a few of my mottos.
Both of which sound like painfully annoying practices for your patients.
Okay, Kay. Transformation time. Yeah, now this is what I'm talking about. It's like a stolen glove. That smile will suit you better now, too.
As it always did.
thanks to you too, Miss Von Karma. Are you hitting on me? I'm so glad you showed up when you did. I simply came when Scruffy asked me to. I'm sure he'll be very happy to see that you're back to your old self too. Speaking of Gummy, where is he? Who knows? Perhaps the well of his devotion ran dry when a certain someone threw away his patch. Detective Gumshoe. Anyway, I have to be going, and I'll be taking those two with me. Wait, what's going to happen to them? Hydraulic press. Nothing less. Acting as an accomplice in a murder and forging an autopsy report 18 years ago, their crimes can't be allowed to go unpunished. But isn't the old ladies past the statute of limitations? Well, I guess not, because of the whole situation. The fact that Excelsius Winter coerced them into cooperating will, of course, be taken into account. Don't you worry about us, Kay. As long as Grandma and I are together, we'll be alright. Take care, Kay Faraday, until we meet again. So, I'm still here. So, Kay, I know you only just got your memory back, but I need to ask you some questions. Sure, ask away. What happened the day you lost your memory? What were you doing? Let's see. Somebody asked me to meet them at Gourd Lake. Oh, Gourd Lake. But I didn't know who it was. So there I was, just looking up at the moon when somebody in a red raincoat started walking toward me. They must have drugged me somehow, because that's when I fell unconscious. Not sure I follow. Kay was at Gourd Lake looking up at the moon? Anyway, when I came to... Yeah, I remember. That immediately was like, huh, interesting. Anyway, when I came to, I was on the roof of this building. I was in a daze and stumbling around up there when, Oh, interesting. I was in a daze and stumbling around there when I saw the person in the red raincoat again, but they were lying on the ground. I was so surprised I stumbled backward. And then I was falling, everything went dark. When I came to the second time, I couldn't remember anything. The person in the red raincoat, who in the world were they? I'm sure they were walking in midair. Thinking about it, it's making my head hurt. Just breathe, Kay. You only just got your memory back. You're still confused. I imagine the root of your confusion is... memories of two different locations. Your fall down the hatch. You fell quite a ways. Is it any wonder your memories are still a little muddled? Sure, falling down the hatch is how I lost my memory, but that doesn't seem like a direct cause for my confusion, I don't think. I suppose not, she's got a point. Just before you found yourself here, you were at Gourd Lake. There's only one reason I can think of for your memories to be so jumbled up. Really, and that is... your memories? Imagine things are all mixed up in your mind because you were at Gourd Lake one minute and then at the top of the big building the next. And because you saw the moon in both locations, your mind blended your memories of the two together. Huh? But those are two totally different places. I know I was pretty out of it, but I don't think I could have gotten them confused that easily. I believe these things on the roof may have made you more likely to become confused. It wasn't the moon? There are two key similarities between the scene down by Gourd Lake and here on top of the big building. Cherry blossoms and food stands. Wait, you're right. Those similarities are what caused your memories of both places to overlap. The person in the red raincoat wasn't walking in midair. They were walking towards you from across the park. Oh. But in your blurry memories, the same sight played out over the viewing platform instead. No way. Who steals a great thief's memories, huh? That's just cheating. Even still, this doesn't answer the question of who attacked Kay in the park.
Was it the person in the red raincoat she saw? Do you hear that? Sounds like it's coming from up in the storeroom. Come on, let's go take a look.
Well, hooey, I smell another scoop in the offing.
You're still here? April 6th, 9:53 a.m. 51st floor storeroom. It's coming from this little gadget here, Mr. Edgeworth. This transceiver. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It's still going. But I'm no good with technology. Come on, you have to pick up. Fine, I'll do it. Hey, this is Edgeworth. Okay, if you could refrain from answering strange calls for me. Mr. Edgeworth, I presume. I know that voice. Shelley the Killer. Congratulations on another case solved. Yet I can't truly say it's been fully resolved, can you? I'm sure you've noticed by now that there was a mastermind at work orchestrating the entire incident. How do you even know about this case? That's not what's important right now. Let's focus on this certain individual for the time being, shall we? I've indeed been wondering myself if somebody else could have been involved. If not, how are we to explain the piece of evidence that proved so damning to Kay's case? No way. An evil mastermind. But who? Who indeed? Perhaps you could share your thoughts. What is the evidence in question that points to someone else's involvement? Someone else's involvement. The red raincoat? Somebody else's involvement. Was it the broken plushie because there was a horn missing? The letter. We don't know how the letter is replaced. No? I love when I'm so certain about something and then it's like, no. Oh, okay. So I was right. It's just the wrong one. The letter K supposedly wrote to the victim. Yeah, I don't remember ever writing that. So who did? Who would prepare such a thing? I know I'm not the only one who would like to know. And how do you know it wasn't you? How do we know it wasn't you? How do you know? Well, I would know. Now, why would I do a thing like that, I believe the truth can only fully come to light in a court of law. But since you've had your badge revoked, that is no longer an option. So how will it all end? I, for one, will be watching from the sidelines with interest. Even knows about my badge. Oh, and one last thing. I do hope you won't betray my trust in you. Now I bid you farewell. What the heck did he mean by the case hasn't been fully resolved? Why is he so interested in us anyway? Everything's just one giant jaw of mysteries. One giant ball of mysteries. Seems we've only scratched the surface of this case. But even without my badge, I'm going to carry on doing what I can. However this ends, one thing's for certain. Come what may, I will expose the truth. This is interesting. This really felt like a last case situation, so I'm kind of surprised. Edging us for all he's worth. The true king of edging. Turnabout for the ages. Now, I have heard this one's really long. I'm gonna do my best. to do this in 2.5 streams, we'll do our best. This is it's gonna be a long one, but we'll get through it. Not that I'm not excited for it. I'm plot gets explained in this last case. Yeah. I mean, that typically is the I feel like, you know, like the 4th case kind of builds up the 5th case historically. But I don't know. I felt like so many of my questions got answered in this one, in this last one. Turnabout for the ages. Back in the courtroom. It's gonna turn out good. Oh, I'm sure. No, I'm excited. Whoa. What the fuck? What? He's doing the peace signs. Lotta. April 6th, 10:02 a.m. Big building plaza. Okay, so this is like right after the previous case.
So, what's next for the great Miles Edgeworth, huh? Wait, you are serious about not being a prosecutor no more, ain't you?
Yes, I am. No longer a prosecutor. It's hard to believe, and yet I can't stop thinking about what Mr. the Killer said. Me either. Congratulations on another case solved. Yet I can't truly say it's been fully resolved, can you? This isn't over. We still don't know who the mysterious figure in the red raincoat at Gourd Lake was. Or who really wrote that letter. We've been dancing to somebody else's tune this whole time. But whose?
Still can't let it go, huh? You're like a dog with a dang bone. Both of y'all are. Well, I got me some reportering to do, so I'll catch y'all some other time, I guess.
Wow, you have a new story to chase already?
You trying to patronize me, girlie? You bet I got new stories. More than you can shake a stick at. A good reporter always has 3 or 4 leads babbling away in an old scoop pot.
Somebody, please!
Whoa, what now?
Please, you have to help me.
Oh, do I know her? What's the matter? Something happened?
There's a body. It looks almost like a monster might have.
A monster?
Well, I'll be. Anybody else smell a sweet, sweet smell of scoop soup?
This way, hurry.
What's happened now? What indeed? I suppose there's only one way to find out. Rule 6, 10:05 a.m. Big building, empty lot. The run of the majestic Lotta Hart. She truly is an icon.
Huh? These look like...
Yup, footprints. This right here's a photo gold.
Footprints? But how big would a creature have to be to leave prints like that? Mr. Edgeworth, look! Oh, shit. It's the president. Shi Long Lang. What's he doing here? Well, that wasn't my first question, but
Wait, the guy on the floor, that's...
No. Someone spilled mustard on him. Dijon Wang. Is that... Wait, is that why there's yellow stuff on him? Dijon Wang, the president of Zhang Fa. Agent Lang, Mr. Prosecutor, how did you get here so quick? What is going on here? Huh? You don't think that's exactly what I'm trying to figure out myself? We can't blame him for being on edge, I suppose. The leader of his country is dead. Speaking of which... the body is laying inside one of the footprints. What on earth happened to him? Most cartoonish death ever.
Monster.
Monster?
What the heck else do you want me to say, huh? Them right there's monster prints, mister. That big old bad old Taurosaurus done stomped right through here. I never been sure on nothing.
Toro what? I suppose you mean you are sure?
This right here's a scoop to scoop up all their scoops and bury 'em 10 feet deep. Men trampled by a giant monster. And they'll lead with that in every paper from here to Honolulu.
Ridiculous. There's no such thing as monster. There's no such thing as Honolulu. Wait. The honor is all mine, Mr. Edgeworth. I am Dijon Wang. Your efforts on behalf of Zhang Fa have not gone unnoticed. You averted something of a crisis.
You're the assassin we've been looking for?
In a sense, yes. A certain someone did indeed hire me to carry out a contract. And that contract did indeed specify that I was to assassinate President Wang. Did he finally manage to... You, did you discover the body?
Yes, that is...
What are you doing, Agent Lang? Lang Ji says... begin at the beginning, with the first person to arrive at the scene. Well, did you really just discover the body?
Yes. Hey, go easy on her. Can't you see she's scared?
I don't think he's in the mood to go easy on anybody. Nobody's getting it easy today. Do you have any idea who that is lying dead over there? That's President Wang, the leader of Zhang Fa. So many first game parallels here. Please, Agent Lang, you don't seem your usual self, in more ways than one, in fact. Well, I did start a new medication today. When we first met, you had more underlings than I could count, and you were known for your unrivaled arrest rate and your cool head under pressure. Now the underlings are gone, and you've forgotten the fundamentals of police work. What happened? I guess you could say I fell off. What did you just say? Shouldn't you be looking over the scene instead of accusing the first person you run into? Or is it me who's forgotten the fundamentals? Gah, I just want to kiss your face right now. I don't need you to tell me how I do my job. I was just about to get started. Good. That seems to have calmed him down a little. Put him in his I love putting tops in their place.
We should take a look around too, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, I think we should. At least until the police arrive. I'm not strictly supposed to conduct investigations anymore.
Don't nobody need to do no looking around. I done told you who did this. It was Taurosaurus, or my name ain't Lot of Heart.
Honestly, I don't even know if that's true anymore. Your back is cooked. Forgot what they called him, the fan case, but it's clear that it's a Godzilla parallel. Oh yeah, no, I got that for sure. I mean, what other big giant reptilian monster is there anyway? Moozilla? They called it Moozilla? Oh, because it's got like bull horns? I done told y'all who did this. It was Taurosaurus, or my name ain't lot of heart. Wait. Not who did this, what did it? Yeah, that. Just got home like 10 minutes ago from an appointment, and they said I have 3 herniated discs in my lower back. Ouch. I guess Zilla was too close to the real name. Is there like a treatment plan? Is there anything they can do? Are you quite finished? We have an investigation to be getting on with. Step aside, please. You can't order me around no more, mister. You step out of my danged ways, more like it. Yeah, tell him, Queen. Explain me barely being able to get up. Ouch. Y'all mess with this here scoop of mine and there'll be heck to pay and then some.
Excuse me.
The woman who found the body. Where do I know her from? Wasn't she in the Steel Samurai case?
You're Mr. Edgeworth, right? Do you remember me?
No. Oh, yes, of course. We met on, that case. This is like when you go to, like, a family gathering. Oh, 1-3. It's like when you go to a family gathering and, like, there's, like, a family friend from, like, 15 years ago that you don't remember. It's like,
Oh my god, Antonius, Tony, you've grown so much. Do you remember me? And you're like,
yeah. You're my mom's friend from back in the day. It's like how are you going to expect that I remember you when I was like barely able to form a coherent sentence, but also like I don't want to be mean when I know it will be physical therapy and stuff like that, but it really depends. They said if it's not better within the next few months, they're going to look into surgery, which I'm not going to be excited for. Well, hopefully, just do what they say. Doctor knows best. So, I mean, if you can get physical therapy, try to get on that. Does Canada do free, like, is that covered? I don't know how other countries work with that shit. Yes, as Ed Sheeran once said. Oh, private insurance? Oh. I didn't know they still did that in other countries. Oh, yes, of course. We met on, that case.
No way, you two know each other?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we do, from somewhere.
Great to meet you. I'm Kay Faraday, Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Wow, I never knew you had your own adorable little assistant.
Oh my god, dude. Damn, all the girlies are hitting on Kay.
I'm Penny Nichols. I work over at Global Studios. I'm in charge of props. It's nice to meet you.
Of course. One of my old cases involved a murder on the set of the Steel Samurai TV show. All those back shots I took finally caught up. She was a member of the crew and thus a person of interest. Our paths must have crossed several times while it was going on. And yet, I'd completely forgotten her. It's good to see you again. So, if you're here, I guess that means...
That's right. We're here on location filming for Global Studios. It's kind of a big feature, to tell you the truth. I was first in today, wanted to make an early start. But then I noticed something was wrong. The footprints and the body.
We'll take a closer look at the body in just a moment. In the meantime, can I ask you to notify the police?
Yes, of course, right away.
I'll need to speak to her at length a little later. Alright, see you later, Moth. But first, let's go over the scene. There's plenty to look at besides the body. I'll need to examine everything in detail. Alright, beginning of the last case. This looks like equipment used by the lighting department.
Oh, wait, I just remembered there was something I wanted to ask you. Would you maybe light me up when I'm doing my next robbery? Help me look super cool?
You want me to shine a light on you while you're committing a crime?
You bet I do. What's so weird about that?
What's the point of me doing my great thieving in the dark?
The folks in the cheap seats won't be able to see a thing.
Wait, you're imagining you'll be committing this robbery in front of an audience? Oh, missed opportunity for another ladder pun. This thing in front of the trailer here, it looks like a monster costume.
What? That's a costume? You're sure the creature that made these huge footprints didn't just shrink or something?
You know, back in the day, it was just like, Godzilla was just like a guy. It wasn't like a CGI or anything. It was just like a guy in a costume. They didn't have all the fancy technological doodads that they have now. So it was just like a guy. Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. This thing in front of the trailer here, it looks like a monster costume. A costume.
I'm sorry I got a little upset before.
You were working here alone.
That's right. I came before everybody else so I could get everything ready. But as soon as I walked through the gate, I saw the footprints. Monster prints first thing in the morning.
That must have been a real shock.
It was. They weren't there when I left yesterday evening, I'm sure of it.
So the footprints must have appeared late last night.
At first glance, I thought maybe they were part of the set. But then I got closer and I saw that somebody was lying in the middle of one of them.
You didn't notice until you were right up close?
Yeah, my eyesight just seems to be getting worse and worse lately. I think I need new glasses. I didn't notice it was a body until I was right by it, which is why I got shocked and ran away.
That must be when we bumped into her. So you're shooting a movie. It wouldn't happen to be a Steel Samurai movie, would it? Oh my god, he's so excited.
Nope.
Oh.
This one's a creature feature. You know, the Taurosaurus movies, right?
I'm afraid not.
You'll have to forgive Mr. Edgeworth. He's old. He only cares about the Steel Samurai.
That's not...
Hey, that's alright. Not everyone's a fan. But they soon will be.
He's back after 12 years of silence. The big bad bull himself, Taurosaurus. It's the first Taurosaurus movie in a long time, so the crew's super excited about it.
And parts of it are set here at the big building, so we've been shooting on location.
That explains what we saw yesterday.
What's happening here? What's going on with the building? Just stay calm and talk to me, kid.
Cut. I'm so sorry. We're shooting a movie. Could you,
That must be what they were filming.
So does Taurosaurus smash the big building to pieces in the movie? I bet he does, right? Wouldn't you like to know? But you'll just have to wait to find out in the theater.
I'm sorry, there was a murder.
Here, you can have this if you like.
Oh, thank you. Oh, you know what? I wonder if that plushie with the recording is supposed to be like a plushie Taurosaurus. Oh, thank you. An epic rivalry is born. Taurosaurus versus Gordy. Is that supposed to be Gamera? Gordy, huh?
That's right. It's not...
that's right, it's not just Taurosaurus on his own this time around. He has an arch nemesis. Wait, is this Penny Nichols? I think it is, yeah.
You know Gordy, right? The monster from Gourd Lake? Oh yeah. Wasn't everyone talking about that a couple years ago? The mysterious creature in the lake showed up in that one couple's photo.
Yeah. Not only were people talking about it, it played a major part in one of my cases. Not a name I'm too wild about hearing again.
The director's fascinated by the stories, which is how Gordy wound up in the movie.
A little behind the times, but better late than never, I suppose.
Just wait till you see those two legends tearing into each other on the big screen. It'll be so hot.
What?
Nothing.
I think we need to learn a little more about the security situation here on set. Miss Nichols, is the set kept locked overnight?
Yeah, we use one of these. Combination lock, huh? So anybody who knows the code can get in and out.
And was the lock in place when you arrived this morning?
Yep, everything was locked up tight when I got here.
Who knows the combination?
Oh, the producer, the director, the crew, the actors, basically everybody who's working on the movie.
So any member of the cast or crew could have opened the lock and entered. But why was the president here?
What is it now? Can't y'all see I'm busy? Girl needs room to work, you know.
Why are you so obsessed with the idea that this was a monster attack? Monsters don't exist. Surely even you know that.
What did you... You don't know what the heck you're talking about. Torosaurus is real, dang it. I know that for a fact.
For a fact, hmm? And how is that possible exactly?
Because, I done seen him.
What? You saw Torosaurus? Where? How?
Heck yeah, I've seen him. The big bad bull itself, right there in front of me. I was up on 51 over at that there big building just yesterday, right?
Gathering materials for your story in the underground auction. Yes, we remember.
Well, ain't you just Mr. Memory Man? That's right.
Well, I mean, we discussed this like 30 minutes ago.
That's right, I done seen him right when I took that photo. The person in the red raincoat, Miss Ringer, right? Yep. Y'all see that blind right there next to little Miss Red Raincoat? Well, guess who was on the other side of that at the very moment? That's right, Torosaurus.
There's nothing there.
Well, I can't rightly capture every dang thing. I was just a little too far away, that's all. But I seen it all right, boy, did I? Torosaurus' big ol' eyes staring right at me, peeking right at the window.
A window-peeking monster.
Hee hee. I found you. Anyhow, I don't got the time to be shooting the breeze with y'all. I got snaps to snap, reportage to report. Quit bugging me, will ya? Go on, get.
That entire story was ridiculous.
You didn't believe a word she said, did you, Mr. Edgeworth?
Is it that obvious?
What's this big metal stick thing? Is it for climbing trees or something?
No, it's a camera crane. It's used for filming from an elevated viewpoint. There's no camera currently attached, but it would usually be positioned at the top here.
Gotcha. Sounds perfect for casing a place before a burglary. Mind if I go ask somebody about borrowing it?
And how do you propose to transport it if the answer is yes?
Easy. You take the bottom part, I'll take the top.
So I'm helping now?
And if we go one little step at a time, we'll be back to your place before we know it.
And we're walking it back to my house?
Hey, these are those plastic sheets you can put down when you have a picnic.
They're plastic sheets, that much is true, but I don't think that's what they are used for.
Want me to explain, Mr. Edgeworth? Those are waterproof sheets. We use them to protect the camera when it's up on the crane. If it starts raining when we're shooting, we can just cover it up and keep going. I see, so they must be pretty big, right? Oh yeah, they have to be able to cover the whole rig. Wouldn't be much point using them otherwise. The weather was pretty patchy yesterday, so we wound up using them quite a bit.
Miss Nichols, where does this exit lead?
That? Oh, onto the grounds of the big building.
Yet another case with direct ties to that same building. The building with the hidden 51st floor used to store the lots for illicit auctions. I guess it wouldn't be much of a surprise if it turned out to be hiding yet more secrets. Oh, look at this chain and padlock.
Oh, look at that. Somebody cut the chain. They did? I'm sure it was still intact when I left yesterday.
I'd say it's possible that this is where the killer entered from. Chain holding the side gate closed was cut. Did the killer do it? What's the matter now?
Look at that huge dent. How did it get there?
You're right, that is a big dent. Sorry, I fell over and my ass hit the wall. It would have taken a sizable object to make it, and a heavy one too. Yeah, sorry about that.
That wasn't like that yesterday either.
It wasn't? I guess that means the dent must have been made last night at some point. So, Mr. Prosecutor, we meet again. Yes, we saw you at the detention center the other day, too. You had some business to take care of, I take it, Agent Lang. You could say that. Nothing that need concern you, though. Yeah, you really have a habit of showing up in the wrong place at the wrong time. You're a bad penny, a bad omen, and a bad smell all rolled into one. Just stay out of my way, okay? I've got a president to avenge. You were already at the scene when we got here. Why? What were you doing in the area? What am I, a suspect? You might be. Look, I heard a scream and came running, okay? Guess it was our friend from the crew. Came in from the gate over there. Somebody already got rid of the lock for me. Not completely, I can still see it on the floor there. Perhaps I should take a closer look. When I got here, I saw a movie girl running out on the other gate. In other words, he arrived right around the same time we did. So you had business here at the big building. Something like that. A date with destiny, let's call it. He was similarly enigmatic when we saw him at the detention center.
Let me guess. You're a huge Creature Feature fan, so you came to see them filming the Torosaurus movie?
Creature features? What do you think I am? Not the type of person who thinks a creature might have done this, I hope. It was definitely a creature. I'm sorry about the president. You have my deepest condolences. I didn't vote for him. Thanks. He was a great man. Zhang Fa will be lost without him. You and he were close, correct? It all started when he hired my father. Whoa. Zaddy alert. That was our big break. Our family kept him safe. That was our most important duty, our most sacred. Gilf alert. He gave my father medal after medal. They had to come up with new ones just for him. In the end, there were no medals left to give, so he made us the keepers of his last will and testament. Those medals, that duty, they're our greatest pride, our family jewels. God, never thought we'd be unsealing that will so soon.
Wow, sounds like your family and the president were super close. But wait, when that whole thing happened back at the lake, you were with the president then, right?
Look, a lot happened, okay? This was all 12 years ago or more. My father and the president being friends, our family being the ones who kept him safe. He just changed one day. It's like he became a whole different person. Maybe he did. Now he doesn't trust the police one bit. I wonder what happened 12 years ago. But regardless of what happened, I still respected him. Sorry, they're responding to a text. Boo, 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 boo. Zhangfa may not be a big country, but he held that place together. Damn it. What was his security detail thinking? Imagine you've already contacted the embassy. Of course I have, and the government, and my family. They'll be going crazy right now thinking about what needs to happen with that will. And things will be getting crazy here soon. Those bodyguards will be all over the place. If you're not a fan of trouble, I'd leave before they get here. Look, Mr. Prosecutor, these days I'm a one-man outfit, a lone wolf. They won't be letting me lead this investigation, but I've still got fangs and I can still bite back. I'll find whoever did this, and I won't let you or anybody else get in my way. Alright, man. It really is him, huh? It certainly appears to be. The same man we met only a few days ago. So this time the president really did get assassinated. If that is what happened, the assassin certainly chose an attention-grabbing method. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. The body's surrounded by pieces of smashed-up concrete. Yes, they look to have been thrown clear when the ground was broken. Pew! Sent flying by the almighty impact of a giant creature's foot. Sure, assuming this was the work of a giant creature. Be serious. Someone died. Just look at the shape. I know a hoof when I see one. There's only one thing that can possibly be. The footprint of an enormous, terrifying beast. Or a really heavy lily pad. It's not just the one, there are 3. But you know that's impossible, don't you? You know that monsters aren't real. Sure, I probably know that somewhere deep down, but it's way more fun to believe they are. Our job is to pursue the truth, Kay, not to believe what feels most fun in the moment. Click. No obvious wounds, but he's definitely not breathing. So it really was a monster. Trampled by a giant creature? Impossible. Huh? There's something stuck to the foot of the clothes here. Yeah, speckles of a yellow substance. I bet it's monster drool. Yeah, that must be it. Please, Kay, can you at least try to be sensible? We'll need forensics to tell us what it might be. Alright, that looks to be pretty much everything the body can tell us for now. I better note it all down. Everything? What about the horn? Huh? What's this white thing here? Wait, it's a bone. Does that mean 2 murders? Looks more like a horn than a bone to me. Don't we have a piece of evidence that might tell us whose horn it might be? The creature feature flyer. This could be one of Torosaurus's horns, couldn't it? You're right, it totally could. Maybe it's part of a prop from the movie? If it is, it must be from something pretty big, judging by the size. What's it doing on the ground here? We should ask one of the crew, maybe they'll know. This horn, do you recognize it? Huh? Oh, that's part of one of Torosaurus's horns. It's from a model we use for promotional stuff. Where did you find it? Girl, you really are blind. On the ground near the side entrance. That's weird. We keep a replica of Torosaurus's head up on the roof of the trailer over there. And it's quite large, I presume? Oh yeah, well, not as big as the real thing, obviously, but it's still pretty big.
It's just up there. See it?
Oh. Oh!
Right there.
Is that Maya? That really is big. Oh, but I can't go. I can see. Alright, well, I think we found everything. Okay, we got 6. Was he stomped on? President found in a giant footprint. Could a monster have? 3 giant cloven-hoofed shaped imprints were found at the scene. Chain holding the side gate closed was cut. Did the killer do it? It was fine yesterday. Did something heavy bump into it? Used on the front gate. Only the cast and crew knew the combination. Found fallen next to the body. The head's unusually kept up on the roof of the trailer, and that's where it was supposed to be yesterday as well. Let's say the side gate chain cut and the dented fence might have been caused by the same thing. Damn. It's an Easter egg in this area if you know where to look. Yeah, I saw Maya, but I don't know how to. I saw her in like the corner of the screen. Was he stomped on? I think it could be the broken horn, maybe. Okay. Dented fence and broken horn? Okay. Both the dent in the fence and the broken horn weren't there yesterday, according to our witness, which leads me to wonder. Wait, you think that giant Torosaurus head could have... I do. I think it could have well rolled off the trailer roof and landed in the lot below. Seems more than possible, and it also means... Torosaurus head. The giant head might have fallen from the production trailer's roof. Fall on top of him? Yeah. There's no sign of a murder weapon anywhere.
Oh yeah, there isn't.
Now, this is only still a possibility, but if the Torosaurus head somehow fell from the roof up there...
Yeah, that could kill somebody for sure.
Miss Nichols, would you mind if we took a look up on the roof of the trailer?
You want to go up there? Sure, I don't see why not. Knock yourselves out. Oh, but don't do that literally. The steps can be kind of slippy.
Alright, I'm done here. I found out what I need to know for now. And what might that be, I wonder?
Move on, man.
What did you say to me? You need to learn some manners, kid.
No, you need to learn when you're in the way. Quit whining and get out of here.
What the?
I'm so sorry about him. Sean, apologize to the nice man.
Tch.
Come on, Sean. You know you can't speak to people like that.
Whatever.
Who the heck was he? A policeman, that's who. Why would you antagonize him like that? I thought there was going to be trouble for a second there.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody stand up to Agent Lang like that.
Oh, let me introduce you all. Everybody, this is Sean Fenn. He's the star of the movie we're making.
The star? This little boy?
Hi there, I'm Kay Faraday. It's great to meet you. Sean, this is Miles Edgeworth. He's a prosecutor. A prosecutor? That's right, and a pretty famous one at that. If he's a prosecutor, where's his badge?
Certainly doesn't pull any punches.
Oh, you might not want to get too close, Sean.
She's right, it's no sight for a child. But he's involved in all this nonetheless. I'll need to speak with him. Actually, would you mind coming up there with us?
Oh, sure. After you.
So this is the mighty Torosaurus.
Huh? He looks different from before. Here, he's way cooler on the flyer. What's with the weird nose ring on this model? Oh, I forgot. You two aren't Torosaurus fans. This is the original Torosaurus design from 12 years back. Huh? So, what's the one on the flyer? That's the all-new Torosaurus. They gave him a makeover especially for the movie. He looks so much more contemporary now, don't you think? A makeover? He's totally different. This one's, it's just
A cow.
well, he is just a cow. Or at least he was originally based on a cow. He's a monstrosity. Monstrosity? Yeah, the cow, man's best friend, reimagined as a terrifying monster. It totally makes you think about our whole relationship with nature, right? That was the original concept. I think the concept might be a little lost on me.
Me too, I'm afraid.
There's a heater here. I think it's to keep the crew warm or something?
Would imagine so. It's spring now, but the evenings can still be pretty chilly. It gets in your bones.
Aw, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You can't start talking like an old fogey. You already look like one. You have to talk young and bright and happy.
You may not have noticed, Kay, but that's not exactly my style. These look like cans of paint thinner. I guess they were being used by the prop department.
Look at the ground under them, Mr. Edgeworth. It's all burned.
Indeed, as is the blue sheet underneath, and the nearby newspaper, and the outside of the cans.
Wait, do you think the Torosaurus head can breathe fire? Nah, this old guy doesn't look like the fire-breathing type.
That's not even possible, let alone likely. Still, the fire was started somehow.
The model was made for promotional events, stuff like that. So people would remember the old Torosaurus and realize this was a reboot. Yeah, he does look different. People might not get it otherwise.
And just as we thought, his horn is broken.
So the model really is what killed the president?
I think it's a distinct possibility, but there's one thing I don't quite understand.
What's that?
Miss Nichols, the model looks very heavy. How do you move it around?
Oh, it comes apart. If you know the trick, it's not so hard. But I guess if you didn't, you might struggle to figure it out.
If you happen not to be a member of the cast or crew, for example. Once it's in pieces, could one person move it?
Oh yeah, even I could. Maybe not very fast, but I could. I could definitely do the murder.
sure I remember that face from somewhere. Yeah, no, I definitely think that was the plushie from the last case.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I know this cow.
Okay, cool. Funny, I was just thinking the exact same thing. Oh yeah. It was also in the first case as well. We know it from the president's plane, of course, and from the auction. So President Wang's plushie was a soft toy version of the original Torosaurus. Interesting. So he was a fan. I wonder if somebody invited him on as like, you know, a little tour of behind the scenes because he was a fanboy. But it was actually a guise to commit murder.
It was a soft toy version of the original Torosaurus.
Can this really be just a coincidence? No way. I don't believe it for a second.
Yeah, I think I could probably throw that little baby over my shoulder and carry it out of here.
You're not thinking of stealing it, are you, Kay?
No, I was thinking I could just carry it around with me. Then every time you shout objection, I can light you up with it and make you look super cool. Yeah, I can picture it now. You look amazing. Well, do I get the job? When do I start?
Hopefully never. Its wooden table sadly collapsed. Parts of it are badly scorched.
That's weird. The head should be on that table.
The head that looks a little too big for the table.
The legs are broken. Guess Torosaurus isn't going back on there now.
The scorch marks look particularly bad where the legs snapped off. I think there might have been a fire up here.
Do you think that's what happened to the legs?
Yes, when the fire had burned through the legs, the table would have collapsed and the head would have fallen down onto the ground below.
Oh, would have fallen down onto the ground below. You're right. The fire caused the head to fall.
Indeed. I also happen to have an idea about how the fire may have started. Those cans of paint thinner by the heater are pretty flammable. Not a great place to keep them.
Well, you're right. I'm sorry. I'll make sure somebody moves them. But the stove didn't get used yesterday. Not while I was here yet anyway.
Which makes the question of what could have started the fire all the more interesting. It was always burning, since the world was turning. Did anyone else ever... I remember, like, in high school, we had to do, like, a dissection of that song. Because it was such, like, a historical... such a historical encapsulation of, like, everything that was going on at the time. I remember a few years ago, didn't Fall Out Boy do like do their own version of it, and it was kind of ass. Okay. Was there a deduction that I was able to make? Okay. Three footprints, side gate chain cut, combination lock. Oh wait, I still gotta talk to the kid. It was Sean, wasn't it? Do you mind if I ask you some questions?
Are you really a prosecutor? You just look like an old guy to me.
I am. Old guy, charmed, I'm sure.
Badge first, then we talk.
I don't have my badge right now.
And how do you expect people to believe you're a prosecutor?
Well, the one time that I don't need my badge. The one time I do need my badge, I actually have to present it. Here.
Whew, he's not the friendliest, huh? You want me to try talking to him?
Why not? I doubt it can hurt. Never was good with children.
So, you're an actor, right, Sean?
Yeah, so what?
That's amazing. You're so cool.
It's not that big of a deal.
Kay's approach seems to be having an effect.
So, those horns of yours.
Yeah, what about them?
Oh, those? The makeup department made them. The character he plays has a special psychic link with Torosaurus. And the horns allow him to communicate with his giant friend. Isn't that right, Sean?
Just shut up, will you? They don't need to know all that stuff.
Oh, sorry.
Well, the power dynamic here seems pretty obvious.
Still, that's kind of amazing, huh? The lead character in a movie? While you're still in elementary school? That's crazy. Oh.
I'm in middle school.
Sean's actually 13. He just looks a little younger. What? But look at him. He's so little and cute. In the backpack, I just thought the backpack's part of his costume. He's playing a role, remember? Yeah, I guess he is, huh? But he is kind of small, I have to admit. Oh, I try not to talk about that too much in front of him.
I said stop telling people stuff they don't need to know.
I'm sorry.
So it's all part of the role, except for the carton of milk, maybe.
The dead guy, that's the president, right?
Yeah, you knew him?
A little. I met him once.
He's meeting with presidents now?
Guy was a real piece of work.
Hey, you can't say that. It's not nice. What was so bad about him anyway? Huh? Don't want to talk about it? Fine, I guess. Oh, President Wang was working with us on the movie.
Working with you? How exactly?
He had a part. Just a cameo, nothing big. So he came to look around the set one time. That would have been when Sean met him.
Why put the president in your movie?
We heard he was a big fan of the original Torosaurus, so the studio offered him a little role. They figured it would be good PR.
Last thing I need is amateurs on my set.
I told you before, Sean, you can't talk about people like that.
And if I told you to shut your mouth, I told you to shut your mouth.
I guess he's none too thrilled about the idea of performing alongside non-professionals.
Oh, here. What's this? Oh, wait, from yesterday?
A photograph?
Yeah, I just got them printed. You can keep it if you want.
Wow, such a great picture. And you brought it specially for me? That's so kind. Thank you.
No, I just happen to have a spare. That's all.
I hope you don't mind me asking, but can we take a look too?
Oh, sure. Here.
So it was taken yesterday. No footprints and certainly no body. Alright. So what am I looking at here? There's no footprints, there's no bust in the gate, or no dent. There's one traffic cone. The camera thingy is by the stairs. And so that costume is is that the head that was on top of the roof? So yeah, that definitely confirms that the horn fell off. Not that we weren't like super sure anyway, but I don't know. Nothing about it seems too glaring yet, but I'm sure it's gonna come into play later. It was taken yesterday. No footprints and certainly no body. Gathered some useful information. Now to use my powers of logic to put it all together. He is ladybug spotted. That's true. Combination lock on the gate leading to the plaza was intact when Miss Nichols arrived. The lock on the gate leading out to the side of the big building had been cut. What does this tell us?
Easy. That the killer used the side gate.
Precisely. And it tells us something else important, too. Namely, that our culprit didn't know the number for the combination lock.
You're right. Would have been way easier to come in that way if they did. But instead, they chose the classic thief's route, the lesser-known side entrance.
I don't know. I feel like it could be like a classic Danganronpa. Like, oh, there's no way they're gonna suspect it was someone. They're gonna suspect it's somebody else if I do what they least expect me to do. You know what I mean? I feel like I wouldn't necessarily rule it out if it were somebody that, like, because they would have known too that there was like a side gate, and then they would have snipped it knowing that, like, people would automatically expect, like, if somebody hacked into the front lock, it would have been, then that would have narrowed it down. So I feel like they're just trying to divert the focus of, you know, with the evidence, but who's to say? Could be overthinking it.
This is no run-of-the-mill criminal, Mr. Edgeworth. We need to keep our wits about us.
I'm not sure we should be excited by that fact, Kay. Anyway, we know that everybody working on the movie knew the combination, which makes it likely that our culprit wasn't a member of the cast or crew. I guess. Alright, I think that just about wraps up our preliminary investigations. So he was killed by, yes, by a falling Taurosaurus head. At least that seems the most likely explanation for now. Came down right on top of him, huh? Was that maybe the yellow liquid was like wet paint then? Was there wet paint on the nose ring maybe? Because that is like a golden color. I think my biggest question is still the yellow paint, you know? That's what I'm most confused about. Hello, Emily Design. Well, they took their time, but here they are. Police bodyguards, the whole gang. Mr. President! It's a little late for that, don't you think? Curses, who did this? Where is your overlay and panel? What? Am doing well? I never asked. You got your, I think you got your command, your dialogue tree mixed up, Emily. Curses, who did this? Whoever it was made a big mistake. But I promise you this, they'll pay. I'm on their tail already. What? What do you mean? Our president may have been murdered, but that doesn't mean the extraterritoriality applies. No, not this word again. The local police have jurisdiction. Luckily, I know the right people to talk to. I just got myself seconded to the case. Lowly one-man outfit or not, I'll be working this one. Sound like you already have an idea of where you'd like to focus your inquiries. More than that, I've already caught scent of my prey. Take a look at this. It's a printout from a security camera on the viewing platform at the top of the big building. Oh. It's pointed at the elevator that leads onto the roof. So it records everybody who goes up there. And in this particular case, it recorded the president and his murderer, clear as day. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did she already leave? Oh no, she's still here. Like your model theme? Thank you. Thank you, Emily. What was Judge Gavell doing there? He's saying he suspects her of murder. It's a good thing we learned she has a good heart in that last case, because otherwise we wouldn't feel bad for this. That's true. But also it's the beginning of the case, so it's like I automatically just don't believe it to be the first person they suspect. It never is. I'm sure there's one case where it actually is, but he's saying he suspects her of the murder? Mr. Edgeworth, I entrust my offerings to the goddess to you, so that you may use it to call her final judgment onto Excelsius Winter. But murder goes against everything she believes in. Usually the first person they suspect we defend. Yeah, true. Agent Lang, perhaps you could explain your thinking on the matter a little further. I heard a little rumor while I was over at the big building. It was about you, Edgeworth. You got massive tits. You're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? It's not a rumor, I assure you. Which means you don't have jurisdiction here. But you want to cross-examine me while I explain my thinking? Why would I agree to that? Curses. Curses! So what are you planning to add or change on your channel? Nothing ever in my whole life. I like everything just the way that it is. And I have no plans to ever change it in my entire life. Hey, don't be like that. You were the one who was just talking about being a lonely one-man outfit. You know what? Maybe it should be you explaining your thinking to me. Oops. How come even though you're not a prosecutor, you're still sticking your nose into this case? It's a valid question. Why am I still here? Perhaps I can clarify that with a question of my own, Agent Lang. Why are you so desperate to catch the person who murdered President Wang? Because above all else, you're an investigator, correct? I'm desperate to catch a certain somebody myself. Person who orchestrated a murder at the big building yesterday. Person who put Kay's freedom in jeopardy. Who put her in grave danger. That person is out there somewhere right now, lurking in the shadows, laughing. And until I uncover the truth and make that person pay, it doesn't matter if I'm a prosecutor anymore. Keep fighting. Find the truth, and don't give up until you do. That's a rule I live by. If I tell you to make a character panel, would you do it? If you tell me to make a character panel, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck is a character panel? What are you even on about? You may have a look of a smart guy, but you're a fool just like the rest of us. Y'all just making up new shit now. A fool? A fool? How dare you? It's just what I needed to hear. Fine, you're in. I've lost my minions. Banana? And you've just lost your fancy title. But it seems neither of us is prepared to give up on this investigation. Now, seeing as we're both so stubborn, how about we go head ahead and thrash out the details? I'd be honored, but be warned, I won't be going easy on you. I have an assassin to catch. Not even you're going to get in the way of that. Of course, I would expect no less. Let me show you the truth I tore from this case with my bare fangs. Okay. Why I suspect Gavel. Alright, so this judge friend of yours met the president up on the roof. And then she pushed him, and he landed right here. This all happened the night before last. I don't know. I feel like if she pushed him, his body would be in way worse shape. I mean, he's pretty, like, intact. Wouldn't there be, like, a lot more blood? And he landed right here. This all happened the night before last. Do you even know what a character panel is? No, I just asked you. What the fuck? What is a character panel? And he landed right here. This is all happened the night before last. Girl, what is a character panel, Emily Design 01? Riddle me this. The people had all been cleared from the viewing platform, so it was just the two of them up there. And that pretty much sums it up. No doubt about it. She killed the president. They were there completely alone? No bodyguards? None. I checked. The security detail had no idea he went up there. He must have gone in secret. Maybe it was a conversation they didn't want anybody to hear. Can I show you what character panels look like? Why don't you just tell me what it is? Oh, relatable emoji. Oh. But what kind of conversation? How are the two of them even connected? Seems the president spoke to the owner of the building ahead of time. He had him set aside the viewing platform just for the two of them. It was the president asking. I guess the guy wasn't about to refuse. So the last person to see the president alive really couldn't have been... Yup. Gavel. Did you say her name was her? What, did you say her name was... her? His argument certainly isn't completely without merit. But I noticed at least one glaring hole in his reasoning. That's where I'll need to focus my counterattack. Hmm. Emily, are you going to answer my question? A character panel is basically where your model is shown in a cute version. You talking about a like chibi? You talking about a reference image? Like a reference sheet? Oh my god, Emily. This is not going well for you. Oh, Emily. This is atrocious. You gotta try harder than this. I'm really rooting for you here, but this is a really bad show. Emily, why don't you post, you got a portfolio? Why don't you post it in the, why don't you post a link to it in the chat and we can look at it on stream? Is that okay? Ugh. God, you type so slowly. Use Google Translate faster. Okay. She pushed him, he landed right here. This all happened the night before last. The night before last? You're saying that he's been sitting here for the last, like, 36 hours? Oh my god, Emily. Girl. This is really, like, difficult for me. I'm really trying to give you a chance here. And you're just giving me nothing. It takes so long for you to type. If you want my money, you gotta, like, at least try. Oh my god. Emily. Say something. She's still typing. I'm waiting on you, girl. Did you die? Well, I'm gonna keep doing my thing. You type when you feel like it, okay, Devo? The night before last, that's simply just not true. Photo taken yesterday. Shi Longlang, a former star agent of Interpol. How the mighty have fallen. What? Take a look at this picture. It's a behind-the-scenes shot of some of the cast and crew.
Look at those smiles. Well, maybe not Sean's, but you know what I mean.
It was taken only yesterday. What? Judge Gabel really did kill President Wang the night before last. The body would have been clearly visible in the background of this picture. What? Perhaps you should have taken a little more time to speak with those involved. Is she on break? What's going on? She died at the keyboard. I found her Twitter. Emily, where you at, girl? Say something. Perhaps you should have taken a little more time to speak with those involved. After all, thorough witness interviews form the basis of any good investigation, as you should know.
I don't think I've ever seen you so happy, Mr. Edgeworth. You really do love backing your opponent into a corner, huh?
Fine, you got me. I must say it's been a while. I almost missed it. Perhaps if you try to stay a little calmer while conducting your investigations in the future. Don't push your luck, Edgeworth. Lang Ji says, the righteous anger of a wolf lasts 100 years. I won't be calming down anytime soon, not until we've caught the president's killer. I want the same thing, we all do, nonetheless. The body appeared last night. You have to accept that now. There's one other thing you'll need to accept. The president didn't die from a fall.
That's right. He was crushed by the falling head of a giant monster.
The incident occurred here on the movie set, not at the top of the big building. Oh my god, Emily's fucking dead. Says you, but that's just your thing. She's still in my chat. She's just sitting there. that's just your theory. I'm not about to give up my own because of it. But it literally can't have happened the night before last. Emily Elizabeth? No, Emily Design 01. My future, what did she say? Character panel designer. We just proved that with this picture. Did you? What if your friend Gavel pushed the president off the big building the night before last, and then came down here to the movie set and hid the body somewhere? Here? But where? There's all kinds of stuff down here. Costumes, equipment, you could hide it anywhere. And then came back a day later, last night in other words, and take it out again. We just need to check the loft for trace evidence. We'll soon find where she put it. There won't be any need for that. What? This piece of evidence proves that Judge Gavel can't have hidden the body. I don't know, she's with us. Proves that Judge Gavel can't have hidden the body? Oh, didn't they say that only people, you would have to know how to move it? Okay, maybe not. I'm gonna give her a 1-minute suspension. See if that does anything. Agent Lang saying that Judge Cavell moved President Wang's body, right? But she wouldn't have been able to get into the movie set to do that, would she? Kay's right. Could she have even gotten in here? Is there a piece of evidence that might help me prove that she couldn't? Just admit it, she hid the body. Well, I guess I mean, I guess the movie set locks, but she was, but the gate was, let's try it. Both entrances to this law, but didn't they say that the thing had been busted open, or had been cut open? I'm confused. I am confusion. Both entrances to this lot were locked. We already know that the chain on the side gate was cut only last night. Oh, okay. Grrr. Judge Gavelle had no way of getting in here to hide the body the night before last. But also, are we just ignoring the fact that, like, wouldn't someone have found the body any time yesterday if they're claiming that the body was just there for a whole, like, entire day? Plus, wouldn't someone have had discovered it? That makes no sense to me. Was there no one here all yesterday? Did they just now decide it? Discover it? Did they already explain this and I'm stupid? They were literally filming yesterday too, because we literally saw them at like in front of the Biggs building. So I'm confused. I don't understand. I don't get it. Judge Gavel had no way of getting in here to hide the body the night before last. Ugh. But the murder has to have happened 2 nights ago. Why are you so set on believing that? Excuse me. Because, if you remember, that picture was a printout from a video, and there was more. There's footage of a few dozen minutes after your friend went up on the roof with the president. It shows her heading back into the elevator, alone. You know what there's no footage of? The president himself leaving that roof. There's no way he could have gotten down from the building on top of the building that high. Okay, but like, are we just ignoring the fact that, dude, his body would be in way worse shape? There's not a single drop of blood. He would have burst open like a goddamn piñata, dude. If he fell from 50 floors, you're shitting me, dude. You're shitting me. You're really claiming he was dropped? He was pushed off the top of a 51 floor building? And that his body is completely intact? You know, I'm Mafia Boy. I know a thing or two about a dead body. I'm just saying. There's no other way he could have gone down from the top of a building that high, unless he was pushed by Gavel. That's stupid. You say the president was never observed returning from the viewing platform? Yeah, the camera was pointed at the elevator door the whole time. Yeah, if anybody else had come up or down, it would have been on that tape. In other words, the presence of the camera ensured that nobody could have left unnoticed. I see. That's not good news for Judge Gavel. Vanishing from a rooftop hundreds of feet in the air? Yeah, that's a tricky one, all right. Indeed. Even the Yatagarasu can't actually fly. Well, not yet, anyhow. Just need a little more practice. Please don't tell me you think you can learn. Oh, No, there's no way. There's no way in hell, dude. I don't believe it. this just prime time for art scammers? What's going on? The camera means no one could have gone unnoticed. Or does it? Was falling really the only other way he could have left that rooftop? Was it possibly was the body put inside of the Taurosaurus head and then like dropped down? Herm. Oh my god, this fucking bitch really just like tried to get my Discord so that she could scam me. But she couldn't get it because it required her to actually join. Oh my god, that's 2 in like half an hour, dude. Alright, you're out, and so is your little friend, Emily. Y'all can't even scam. Y'all suck at fucking scamming, dude. The art scammers are getting worse. They're getting so much worse. Like, they're not even, like, trying anymore. You ruined the good name of Emily Elizabeth. They suck, dude. They're not even good. At least try to scam me. So what do you think was going to happen? You were going to get my actual Discord? Pathetic. Maybe that's why I don't get as many art scammers anymore, as I usually don't do streams around this time. I just wanted to have a little fun. And I can't even get that. I mean, I'm glad that they're getting stupider, but I wanted to have a little fun. So the camera means no one could have gone unnoticed, or does it? Was falling really the only other way he could have left that rooftop? There's an entrance to the hidden 51st floor on the roof. Could he have been, Oh, thank you, Alex. I thought I changed it. I did not. Thank you for telling me. It's possible he was... Is it possible he was put in like, I don't know. Was it possible he was put in the little like lift that goes from the chamber up to the 51st floor, and that's how they went down? Actually, there was another way. Apart from the elevator? What do you mean? You're not about to tell me he flew. He didn't need to. It was much simpler than that. Guys, Emily just followed me on Twitter. Girl, I gave you like half an hour to say shit. Oh my god. Her ass took so long, and then she finally follows me on Twitter. What the fuck is that about? I'm mad. Commission $4. Girl. Embarrassing. Wasting my goddamn time. He didn't need to, it was much simpler than that. Assuming the president knew what we know, of course. Namely, that the big building has a hidden 51st floor. What? That's right, a hidden floor. With a hidden entrance to the rooftop. If he left that way, he wouldn't have needed to ride the elevator. What? But you said it was hidden, right? It was a secret? How would the president even know about it? It's an interesting question, and one I don't have the answer to just yet. For now, this is just a theory. Bro, my roommate, I swear to God, has like the weirdest fucking, he sets the weirdest fucking alarms. I feel like most people, maybe this is just me. Maybe this is, you guys tell me if this, but like whenever I set an alarm, it's like, it's on, like, it's like on the 15, like the quarter of whatever, whenever I need to get up, right? Sometimes if I'm really desperate for sleep, I'll do it like the 5-minute mark, right? Like 2:05. For some reason, this guy sets his alarm at 2:26 p.m., which is just very random to me. I don't know, like, what is at 2:26? You know? That's like saying, like, let's have an appointment at 2:26. Like, why not just 2:30? You know? Who does that? That's some crazy person shit. Let's have a meeting at 2:26. I mean, it's not that serious, but like, and I always know because it's like, it's a loud ass vibration, and then I hear like the sound of a person like jutting up from their bed. It's very noisy. The whole house hears it. I just find it strange. Maybe it's just me. I'm gonna unban Emily. I forgot how to, I always forget how to do shit on this fucking, Twitch makes everything impossible. Do, 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 do. Let's get back to business. I was talking with the Prisma boys. This whole crazy thing with the amazing digital circus. I've never actually like watched it. I think I tried the first episode and I was like, this is not for me. It's crazy how many people are like, this was 7 years ago. Which, like, yeah, sure, but like, it is crazy how many people will be like, every time it's the same shit that people will say. It's like we, we all used the N-word 7 years ago. It's like, we I was 21 7 years ago. I was certainly not using the N-word. I wasn't using the N-word 14 years ago. I can honestly say I never said the word. Yeah, I don't think I've ever said it. I think like, I definitely learned that it was a bad word. So I mean, I'm not gonna say that I've never, because I don't know, right? Like, it's possible that I was like 5 or something and I heard it from like another kid, right? And then I said it, but like that would have been the last time that I said it. But I don't even like, that's just me saying like, I can't say that I've never said it, but if I had said it, you know what I mean, it would have been like, that was immediately the end of it, right? Because like, when you're a kid, like that's how you learn. But like, even then, I don't think that was instilled in me from like a very early age. Like, that is not a word that you say. My mom, I remember very specifically, my mom being like, that is a word that was used to like dehumanize people. And that was a word that our ancestors used. So we should not be using that word, Mr. young Mr. Antonius. It's fine if you used it and want to improve, but that isn't even what they're saying. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I think for me, it's like, okay, you go on Jackbox, say a little N-word. I saw somebody make a meme out. Get on Jackbox, say a little N-word. And like, dude, I'm sorry, I like, it's just crazy that it couldn't have been me. It couldn't be me. You will never find any footage of me. 7 years from now, you're never gonna find like a stream buried away. And it's like, also 7 years ago, that was 2019. Like, we were already past the point of like the Shane Dawson era where like it was very obvious that like saying the N-word was definitely not okay. Even then it should have been obvious, but like, come on. I'm not even saying like yeah, obviously it is very possible that they have changed their ways, and great. Like, that's not my problem. It's the reaction that people are immediately defending it, like as if like we all did that. I didn't, and then people will be, the thing that pisses me off too is I'll say that and people will like moral, like whatever the opposite of moral grandstand me is. It's like, Yes, you did. We all did. It's like, no, we all didn't. That's you. Listen, I grew up in, I went to school where I was like one of the 5 white kids, okay? If I ever said that word, my ass would have been beat. Even if I wanted to say that. You understand? Like, I would have learned very quickly. So I was not using that word. Let's be very clear. Was I a perfect kid? Certainly not. But like, people really just assume that we all have the same upbringing, and that's just not the case. I'm sorry. Like, that's crazy. We've all said it. No. Certainly not. It's crazy. And then it's like, it was 7 years ago. And okay, like, yeah, sure, it was 7 years ago, but like, there was never accountability for it, you know? I think it's fair to bring someone accountable no matter how far away it was. It's like, imagine you like murder a guy and they're like, well, it was 30 years ago. Obviously not the same like severity, but it's just like, you still gotta take some responsibility. I did see the person that like tattooed, what's the bunny twink, Jax, I think his name is, in like a bunny outfit, or no, maid outfit, I think. And like, I guess that's a thing. I've never fucking watched the show. Um with like his signet, with like the voice actor's signature under it. It's like, what am I gonna do now? It's like, I don't know, man. That didn't go through your head when you tattooed a guy's signature on your arm, and someone was like, white people be like, I tattooed a picture of Jax in a maid outfit on my arm. It's true. That is kind of what we do. Nothing wrong with getting a tattoo, but I don't know. I don't think I'd ever get a signature tattooed on my body, because it's like, then their name is just branded on me. And sure, you can get it removed, but like, it'd be better to just not do that. My personal opinion is, I always feel like people have been a little too like willing to tattoo whatever on their body. Like, obviously do whatever the fuck you want. I'm not your dad, but like, let's use some common sense. Don't just like tattoo. Like, honestly, I will say, I'm not going to say who this is, but I have a friend. I have a friend who was a VTuber who had a pretty big following, right? And one of her fans got like a tattoo of her on their skin, and then within like a couple months she graduated. Which certainly is like not the worst thing like to happen if you have a tattoo of somebody. Like, you can still like commemorate them, you know, and a tattoo. That's sweet. But it's like, I can't imagine. Please, well, I'm not gonna say don't get a tattoo of me. Like, if that's what you want to do, but just, you know, think about it. Because I don't know. I don't have any plans of going anywhere, but I'd say the same thing with anybody, you know? Like, just think it through. I don't have any skeletons in my closet, but like, I don't know. What if I just like got framed for murder or something. And then you just have, because I wouldn't do it, but what if I was framed for it? And then like somebody had a tattoo of me. And they're like, oh God. You know, it's that kind of thing. I don't know. Again, do what you want with your body. You know, I'd be very honored if somebody got a tattoo of me. I'm just saying, think about it. There are other ways. You know? But I've also been very like, I don't know. When it comes to tattoos, I've always been a little like conservative about myself, right? Like I don't have any tattoos. I have no issues with getting them. It's just for me, I have no issues with other people getting them. For me, I don't know if I ever would, personally. I've thought about getting the Prisma logo, but I don't know. It's just like, it's a lot. Forever's a long time. I don't have that level of commitment, I think. I don't have that level of commitment to have something on my body forever. That's just me. But you know, don't let my feelings, I'm really just speaking on me, you know. You do you. If you have tattoos, no judgment. This is just for me. You know, I'm mostly speaking for myself. I don't think I could ever do it. I've thought about getting a piercing though. Like ear piercings. Anyway. I don't know. It's just crazy. It's crazy the like somersaults I've been seeing people doing to like justify it. It's like it's some things you just can't justify. It's like I think the problem is like people automatically jump to like there's no way that they can ever come back from this. And like yeah, it is really bad. And also I don't blame anybody who cannot forgive them, because it is one of those things that's just like it's pretty bad. You like just to say that word is really bad. That is a choice that you make. And it is a choice that you have to live with. But at the same time, it's like Hudson, thanks for the bits. At the same time, it's like, you know, if you can prove that you've improved as a person, I think that there are people that are willing to forgive you. But I think telling people like, oh, like it's not that deep is silly. Enjoy the buns, thank you. Yeah, I feel like it does annoy me when people are like, it's not that serious. It's like it's not like the worst thing in the world, but it's not good. I don't think it should be defended. Anyway, it's an interesting question, and one I don't have an answer to just yet. For now, this is just a theory. An Edgeworth theory. So what are we talking about exactly? What is this hidden floor of yours? Sounds like the kind of place your little ninja friend would happily spend time in. No, I hate it there. Don't make me go back. Fortunately, Kay's memories of it are far from happy. There's a secret storeroom up there where they kept the lots for an underground auction. The whole sordid scheme was uncovered just yesterday. An underground auction? What the heck are you trying to say? That President Wang was involved somehow? I don't have any proof, but I certainly think it's a possibility. Yeah, based on what we've seen of him, he totally seems the type. Okay. He'd never do that. Not the president. The legal underground auctions, no, he'd have nothing to do with it. Nothing. What's gotten into him? I hope you two are feeling lucky. Because when people start saying stuff like that, I start biting. Huh. She ran away. You know nothing. Neither of you. You have no idea how much the people love him, how well respected he is. Is that really true? I guess we know what lurks behind that seemingly respectable public face. The people of Zhang Fa clearly don't. I wonder if I should tell him the truth about his beloved president. No, what good would it do? It would only upset him more. Forgive me, Agent Lang. I didn't mean to upset you. It's hard to hear a respectable president right now. True. I'm sure there's some. I'm sure there's one president that everybody's just like, he's pretty good. He's pretty good. Gotta be at least one. I wonder, I mean, because, you know, they always have, like, those polls, right? Like, approval ratings. Kim Jong-un, well, I would argue... Maybe not. Maybe not Kim Jong-un. I mean, I'm sure he has a 100% approval rating, but I don't know if that's based on, like, actual reputable metrics. What president has the highest approval rating? George Bush. Well, I didn't mean just like in America. What leader has the highest approval rating in the world? India? Really? Domestic approval rating of approximately 68 to 71%. That's not that good. That's like... It's like 7 out of 10. That's like a passing grade. That's not very good. China? I don't know. Global Leader Approval Rating Tracker. Interesting. Huh. Here we go. India. I've heard some bad things about Modi, though. I don't know. South Korea. Damn, that is really sad that, like, the highest approval rating is 7. Like, obviously, I know you can't impress everybody, but Donald Tusk, Poland. Donald Tusk. Hello, everybody. I'm Donald Tusk. I'm the leader of Poland. You sound kind of familiar. No relation to Donald Trump. No relation. I'm Donald Tusk. I don't know. He's not doing so well either. Donald Tusk. Dude, this is terrible. You're telling me the highest approval rating for any standing global leader is India at 70%? That's not good. Like, I was hoping there would be at least one in, like, the 90 percentile. Even Japan. I thought, like, a lot of people liked her. I know she's not, like, that good. But I thought she was, like, very aligned with what Japanese people wanted. She's only at 53%. Damn. Donald Trump, 38%. Who's that the lowest? France? Damn, they hate him. Damn, dude. 18%? That's rough. Damn. Interesting. I'll have to look at this. You know, I love data. So I'm a data nerd, so this does interest me a lot. 70% is rough. Like, that being the highest, that's the standard right now. Whew. I've heard Mexico's president's pretty good. But she's only at 47%. Still higher than Trump. I thought she was good. I'm sure I'm gonna find out, like, tomorrow that she, like, killed 20 people or something. But I don't know. I'm not super in tune with foreign politics. There's too much of a train wreck in our own country already. I feel like if your approval rating dips below, like, 25%, you probably should just, like, die. Like, not as a threat or anything. I just feel like what the fuck are you doing if your approval rating is below 25%? You know what I mean? Like, I think I would just be depressed. I think I'd be so depressed and just be like, I'm leaving. Everyone hates me. I'm leaving, you know? If 75% of the country is like, we hate this guy, I'd be like, okay. I think I'm just gonna go. Because, like, what are you even doing at that point? Because the majority of people voted for you. But now the majority of people hate you. That sucks. That sucks. I don't even know. I don't know what to... I guess George Bush makes sense, though, because a lot of people did really like him after 9/11. But honestly, that kind of fell into his lap. Like, I feel like any president would have been like favored at that time, because it was such a, like, us versus them mentality at the time. It still kind of is. I wish it wasn't, but anyway, I keep getting sidetracked, sorry. We spoke out of turn, both of us. I can only apologize. Apology accepted and reciprocated. I'm sorry I got carried away. It's alright, Kay. You can come out now.
Sorry.
It's fine. It's not you I'm upset with. It's the animal who killed the president.
Well, I'm still here. Ain't you just a fine figure of a man? Oh, patriotic and such. Gotta tip your hat to that sort of thing.
What are you talking about?
Well, I got good news for you, Mr. Patriot. Real good news.
What?
Ain't no way in heck your pal the president moseyed on downstairs to 51.
Really?
I was hunkered down in that there storeroom the whole damn time. Eyes peeled like oranges.
Of course. She would have already snuck in by that point. Miss Hart was in the 51st floor storeroom the night before last, but didn't see the president pass through. Thanks. That's very useful to know. Well, well, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Guess my theory still stands, which means I'm not budging an inch. Nobody saw the president after he met with Gabelle 2 nights ago, that's a fact. But it's also a fact that the body appeared only last night. How could the president have fallen from the roof 2 nights ago and only been found today? That seems a little slow as falls go, wouldn't you say? Sure, there are questions that still need answering, I'll give you that. Then I guess there's one thing we can both agree on.
Oh yeah? What's that?
The question of exactly what happened here yesterday will require further investigation.
Yeah, I guess all we know for sure is that the body and the footprints appeared during the night.
Agent Lang, we'd like to hand the body off to the coroner if you don't mind. Fine, he's all yours. Just take care of him, okay? Oh, one last thing. What? We found footprints near the body. I mean, footprints in the footprint, if you will. Little ones and the, big one. Human footprints in the monster print? Interesting. And what kind of prints? Sir, they were child's footprints, about the size of your average elementary school kid. Uh-oh.
What? Huh? Elementary school? No! It couldn't be.
What now?
Miss
Nichols?
I didn't mean to butt in. Sorry.
Was there something you wanted to say? She's so scared of.
There's something I have to tell you. You'll probably think it was pretty awful of me, but I killed him.
And that was the end of Case 5. The shortest case there ever was. I'm sure it's nothing you need to be quite so nervous about. Well, what is it?
Last night I came here.
What? Why would you splooge on the body?
What? No, I just meant like I was here.
You mean you came back to the set? Why?
Well, I just wanted to... I was worried about him, so I came back to check. Check on Sean, I mean.
Sean, the boy? Makes sense.
Yes, you see, he stayed behind on his own last night to rehearse. Wow, really takes the job seriously, huh? Well, this movie is his first lead role. He's trying so hard to make it perfect.
So she might have seen what happened last night. Around what time was this?
Let's see, it was already after 10, I think. Looked like it might be about to rain, so I got a little worried and came down. When I got here, well...
You saw something, didn't you?
Yes. Sean was there on his own, running his lines. And towering above him there was this long, like, really, really long neck. Neck? Yes, with skin like an enormous worm. It was like a dinosaur.
Ooh, wait! You mean it must be Gordy? Good old Gordy. You done gave me the slip last time, you slimy old lizard, but I got you now.
What? Now Gordy's involved too? Yeah, I think he might be. I was as surprised as you were. Although, I guess Sean was practicing being a kid who can communicate with monsters.
Hot dang, you're right. He could have been communicating for real with them little horn doohickeys of his.
Right, but it seemed more like he was kind of looking up and talking right to him. It's like they were friends. It is pretty weird, right?
Dang tootin', it's weird. Weirder than a mustache on a mule. How could he cheat on his best monster pal like that?
I fear movies and reality might be getting a little mixed up here. And you're absolutely certain about that that's what you saw? Oh, yes, but only for a moment. I was so shocked I just turned and ran. Well, how about that, Mr. Prosecutor? Another mysterious beast to contend with. Don't tell me you believe this nonsense, Agent Lang. The monstering is neither here nor there. But I think we have a pretty good idea now. Who we need to speak to next. Young Mr. Fenn, if he really was here last night, then there's a good chance he saw something. My thoughts exactly. The prosecution calls Sean Fenn to the stand.
Sean ran off just a moment ago.
What? We need to get
after him.
Big building plaza. Oh my god. Gah, where the heck did he go? Maybe he just went home?
You're right. He wouldn't be doing any filming today after all.
Sure, maybe he went on to the lamb. Went on the lamb?
Nah, you're just overthinking things, Shirley.
He's a child, Agent Lane. There's no way he killed the president. Not on his own. And who said he was on his own, huh? Maybe a monster gave him a hand. Maybe he summoned one of his creature feature pals to help him. Yes, very funny. Not saying the kid did it, not for sure anyway. Not yet. But he's our most important witness right now. We need to find him.
Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, it's Gummy.
Oh, yeah.
He ran away.
What was that about? Well, just goes to show that your police force can't be trusted. Are you saying you intend to continue investigating the president's murder alone? Yeah, so what?
Well, last time we met you, you had about 800 other agents helping you.
Sure, but I told you I'm a lone wolf now. You got a problem with that? I don't need lackeys and I don't need friends. All I need are these fangs right here. Keep things nice and simple. No lackeys, no friends. Anyway, catch you both around.
Things just done got interesting. And it sounds like I got my work cut out for me. Two big beasties on the prowl. Hoo-wee. Am I gonna be here the whole case? It's raining scoops. If I don't catch at least one, I ain't no shutterbug worthy of the name.
Wow, this all got kind of complicated, huh?
It did. The Taurosaurus footprints were bad enough. Now Gordy. This might as well be a movie.
Well then, we better get our monster hunting shoes on.
I suppose we had... Huh? Who's that? It's one of Agent Lang's old team. Come across a few of them on previous cases, but this one's on his own. Excuse me. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. Long time no see.
How come you're not with Agent Lang?
Shifu? He's not technically my boss anymore. Really? What happened? Do you remember that case from a month or so back? The Yatakarasu case. How could we forget? They made kind of a big mistake there. Came about as close to aiding and abetting a serious criminal as you can come and still keep your job. Indeed, I guess that was pretty close. Well, being Shifu, he took full responsibility, so they disbanded our team.
Wow, that's harsh.
But it explains why he's now a lone wolf, as he puts it.
So, what are you doing here?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was worried about him. I think he's been chasing ghosts. Ghosts from 12 years ago, to be precise.
12 years ago?
12 years ago? What does that mean? Sorry, I already said too much. I better be on my way. Walk briskly away. These ghosts of Agent Langs, could they have something to do with the case we're currently investigating?
Well, looks like everybody left except us. What do we do now?
Good question. Miss Hart went off monster hunting, and I guess Agent Lang is busy trying to track down young Sean. Perhaps we should try investigating another angle.
What kind of other angle?
Somebody needs to get Judge Gabel's side of the story.
Oh yeah, you're right. What did she say again? Please forgive me, but I had better be on my way. I am to preside over the trial of Fifi Lagarde in a bit. I guess the trial will be beginning right about now.
Indeed. I think we better head down to the courthouse, don't you?
Alright, let's go.
Alright. Here we go. Another trial. We'll keep going a little bit longer.
Wow. Weird to see someone other than the bald guy up here. Is the defense ready to proceed?
You bet. Bring it on, Big G.
The prosecution has been ready for some time.
The original attorney in this case, Rosie Ringer, was murdered. While the original prosecutor, Eustace Winner, has disappeared, so Fender and Franziska have taken over in their places.
Very well. Let me begin by apologizing for the delayed start to these proceedings. The crime we are here to adjudicate took place in a prison, an institution of the judiciary. What's more, the fact that the defendant was the warden of said prison carries grave implications. These two factors combined caused pre-trial preparations to take more time than usual. And then the unfortunate passing of the attorney in charge, Miss Rosie Ringer, delayed the trial yet further. But now we are ready to begin at last. Mr. Fender, Miss Von Karma, the court thanks you both for stepping in at such short notice.
Hey, no sweat. Rosie was your pal, right? And this was her last case. Couldn't exactly say no, could I? Have to bear with me though, gang. Didn't exactly get a ton of time to read the paperwork. How about you, Fran? Everything cool over on your side?
It's hardly ideal for the prosecutor in charge of the case to have run off and abandoned it. But justice can't sit around waiting for him to grow a spine. The evidence has just been handed to me, so yes, I'm ready. Thank you both. Very well. Bring the accused, Miss Fifi Lagarde, to the stand. I invite the prosecution to make its opening statement.
All right. The accused was... Let me stop you right there, darling.
What is it, Miss Lagarde?
Oh, I was just wondering if you could tell me something. That something being why on earth I'm here.
Perhaps the opening statements will clarify that for you.
But will they, dearie? Really? Fine. Carry on if you must.
I fully intend to, if you can stay quiet for one moment. The murder in question happened at the prison where Miss Lagarde worked as warden. The victim, one Bronco Knight, was being held in the detention center.
It's interesting. They're really stringing together all the cases here, huh? Which usually I'm used to that kind of just like happening over like the course, like towards the end of the case, but it seems like they're really just kind of like bringing everything together now towards the beginning.
But the prosecution's case will show that Miss Lagarde took him from the holding cells and murdered him. And she did so with this knife. Huh? Is something the matter, Miss Von Karma? How can that... No! The evidence!
What gives, Fran? Everything okay?
The murder weapon. It's not here. And neither is Bodhidharma Canis's chisel.
Well, say it ain't so. there's no one in the audience.
Silence! Silence! Miss Von Karma, explain yourself. I wish I could, Your Honor.
No murder weapon? Then what exactly are we all doing here? Really, darling, you shouldn't volunteer to prosecute a case if you can't even keep the evidence safe.
I can only work with what the previous prosecutor gave me.
Little boy, winner strikes again. Hey, G.
What is it, Mr. Fender?
Guess we know where this is going, huh? Let's kick this one down the road a little further, shall we?
The court hereby denies the defense's request.
Don't be like that. What's the dealio? She's absolutely right, of course. We simply can't have any more delays. Let's get on and show everybody how wonderfully innocent I am, shall we?
Innocent? I'll thank you to take this seriously.
Oh, but I am, darling. And you don't have any evidence. You just said so yourself. In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Haven't I heard that somewhere before? And without any, you can't charge me with anything. Isn't that right, Verity, darling? Whoops.
It is.
What?
Without the items in question, the prosecution's case against the defendant cannot proceed. As such, this court hereby declares the accused, Fifi Lagarde, not guilty.
Whoa. Hold the phone there, Hasty Pants. You can't go dropping a verdict just like that.
Forgive me, but why is the defense objecting to its client being acquitted?
Don't be cute, kiddo. You know as well as I do that little Miss Warden over there is guilty as all heck. And as for the murder weapon, you were right there when we found it.
Mr. Fender, it is incumbent upon the court to see that fair judgment is afforded to all. And as the instrument of the court, I cannot allow my experiences or opinions to interfere with my work. You must think of the Judge Gavel, who was present when the murder weapon was found, and the Judge Gavel you see before you in the courtroom today as two entirely different people.
Gee, you're killing me. Well, I mean, frankly, we should not be seeing you in the courtroom at all. I mean, if this were based on real court proceedings, but
I have no choice but to pass judgment based on the evidence available. And we have that evidence, just not here. Give me some time, just a little. I'll find it, I swear to you. The prosecution hereby requests a recess.
Oh, yeah, the defense does that too. Come on, Your Honor, don't do us like this.
Very well. The court accepts the request.
Really, Verity? You won't help anybody bowing to pressure like that, you know.
There will be a 15-minute recess. I suggest that both the prosecution and the defense use the time well.
Speedrunning an AA case, yeah, for real. Damn, I forgot what this feels like. It's been a minute since we've actually been, like, in the courtroom.
Understood.
Phew, Saved by the Bell, huh?
I loved that show. Very well. We will reconvene in 15 minutes.
April 6, 11:38 a.m. District Court 3rd floor lobby.
We did totally find that knife, didn't we, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, of course we did.
Huh? What's the matter, detective? It's the metal detector, sir. It's, reacting to the alligator. What? How?
The metal detector was reacting to something inside her after all. Your Honor, I'd like to remind you of this piece of evidence.
The chisel?
Didn't we just figure out that isn't the murder weapon? You might recall that Mr. Carnes hid this chisel in his dog's mouth. Would you believe that the real murder weapon was hidden in much the same way? That's right. The murder weapon is hidden inside the alligator in that pond over there.
So, did somebody steal it or what? Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh. Miss Barry, Mr. Saint, are you here to watch a trial?
Yeah, we heard it was going to be a real fun show. Do you know where we need to go?
It's to trial for the case I was nearly convicted for. It should be starting any minute now. We were late because of practice, but it's somewhere around here, right?
Simeon, there's kind of a problem. They lost some evidence, the knife and the chisel. So they called a recess and kicked us all out of the courtroom.
What? But no, they can't.
They're not going to arrest you again, are they?
Don't see that. No, 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 no.
Gee, forgot how easy it was to upset you. Huh?
How dare he embarrass me like that? Speaking of easy to upset. Franstina, Frandarella, chill, okay? Just chill. Come on, put the whip away. That's it, that's it.
That idiot of a so-called prosecutor, I'll find him and I'll make him eat whip for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Eep. Milester, you gotta calm her down. Kid's gone cuckoo. I guess I'd better at least try.
Oh, it's you. Good morning, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. Francisco. You shouldn't be here, you know. You're not in the right line of work anymore. You should be at home planning whatever it is you mean to do with the rest of your life. Maybe model bird making? That seems like something you would do.
There's nothing wrong with model birds. Sometimes you can't capture the essence of a real bird without putting it in harm's way. What are you going to do, Francisca? You only have 15 minutes.
Don't you think I know that? And wipe that infuriatingly reasonable look off your face. You're like a news anchor calmly reading the news or something. It's utterly exasperating.
It's probably better that I don't rise to that. Never imagined you would be the one prosecuting this case, Francisco.
Nor did I. But what a case. The murder of a presidential bodyguard. And by the warden of a prison, no less. The murder weapon was properly entered into the evidence and everything.
And yet when you went to present the knife to the court, it wasn't there. I mean, okay, but also, like, wasn't the whole premise of the last case, like, a bunch of different, like, pieces of evidence from different cases? So there must be somebody that's, like, procuring a lot of this evidence, right?
That imbecile. Not only did he abandon his case, he made me look a total fool. The next time I see the little coward, I'll whip him in his shape if it's the last thing I do.
You go ahead and do that, but quit taking it out on the people around him. Okay, Meister, so you got the old memory back, huh?
Sure did. I'm me again.
You had me worried 6 ways till Sunday. Not that other K wasn't a blast, too. Anyway, welcome back, kiddo. Bring it in.
No. You need to be thinking about this trial right now, okay?
Yeah, I guess things did go pretty pear-shaped in there, huh?
Plus, you smell like dusty man.
We need to dig up this missing evidence, lickety-split. We can't count on them putting the trial on hold much longer. Yeah, it's a stumper, all right. If only some kind soul would offer to go find it for us. That's an expectant look if I ever saw one. Can't help but notice you still haven't asked for your prosecutor's badge back, bucko. Finally decided to come walk the path of righteousness with me and your old man, huh? The committee has my badge, that much is true, but I haven't given it up just yet. I'm still not ready to walk in my father's footsteps. No? Well, it's not like there's a deadline. You do you for as long as you need. Go work on those stupid model birds. They're not stupid! The old family office will be waiting to welcome you with open arms when you're done. Thank you, Fender. Yeah, if only somebody would go sniff out that evidence for us. Fine, we'll do it. Way to go, Milesy-o, you're sure? I'll do what I can, but that might not be much in 15 minutes. Fran and me will buy you as much time as we can, okay? G won't be banging that hammer of hers until you've made it back with the goods, I promise. Thank you. I'll be counting on you, Fender. And you, Franziska, how does that sound?
What makes you think I'd accept your help? How about some advice instead?
Would you seriously consider a new career as a news anchor? I hadn't considered that.
Well, you do have a voice for the news, I've always thought. It just maybe, might be nice for you.
Well, that's very kind of you. I'll consider it.
Good.
Come on, Fran. Clock's a tick-tocking here. Time to step up to the plate.
All right, fine. We'll stall the trial for as long as we can, but you better get your ex-prosecutor behind in gear. You know, I quite like having you run errands for me. Maybe that could be your new career instead.
I'm glad you're on board.
I can help too. I don't want to be arrested again. Ooh, this sounds fun. Can I play?
Alright, that would be very helpful of you both. Very well. Where should we begin?
I think we need to go speak to a certain somebody, don't you?
Who will we need to speak to in order to find out where the evidence went? I'm guessing Winner. That's right. The supposed custodian of the evidence in question, Eustace Winner.
Oh, the new prosecutor guy? Okay, we're on it.
Thank you, Mr. Saint. Alrighty then. Think we'd better huddle and talk tactics, huh, Fran? Just the two. Ow!
Don't keep me waiting, Miles Edgeworth.
I'll try not to. We'll be back soon as we can. Oh, Franny Poo, wait up now. I just walked straight into that door. Did not open. Alright, we need to find Mr. Winner and fast.
I also phased through a door. Whoa.
Judge Cavell.
Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. A pleasure as always. A pleasure? How's a pleasure? What was all that about just now?
Okay, stop it.
But Judge Cavell knows that horrible woman is the killer. Why the heck would she? Evidence is the only language that the goddess of justice understands. That and Swahili. For some reason, I'm not sure. My own personal thoughts and feelings do not come into it.
Is this all Judge Verdi Cavell is?
You may believe my way of thinking to be heartless, but it is my way.
To be this hard and unforgiving? There's something I'd like to ask you if you don't mind.
Please, go ahead.
What were you doing on the roof of the big building 2 nights ago?
The roof?
You met the president up there, didn't you? We've seen security footage of the two of you.
And is there something wrong with that?
Only that his body was discovered this morning, right next to the very same building. Ooh.
What?
I think you understand what I'm getting at. You're considered a suspect. What happened between the two of you?
Nothing. We simply talked for a few minutes. Now, if you want to know what happened between my wife and him, then that's a different story.
Oh, we're still going with this bit?
You bet. And when we were done, I left. I took the elevator back downstairs alone.
That much we know to be true. As I said, we've seen the footage. What business did you have with the leader of a foreign power?
I'm not at liberty to say.
I see. Well, I'm not at liberty to leave until I have answers. In which case, there's only one thing for it. She's hiding something, and I have to get it out of her. It's chess time. Let's do some mind chess. Let's do some mind chess. Judge Gavel met with the president of Zhang Fa the night before last.
Yes, I admit it. We met on the roof of the big building. But it was simply to discuss professional matters. Matters that I am not obliged to discuss with you.
I'm clearly going to have to work hard to get past her professional defenses. She puts up too impenetrable of a facade. I'll probably be better off biding my time. I should start by asking what she met the president to talk about.
Mind chess commence.
Perhaps you could begin by telling us what you met... What you met with President Wang to discuss.
As I told you, professional matters. Professional matters which I do not intend to share with you. I'm so glad you understand.
I must say, you're a very busy woman. A judge, a committee member, and an occasional aide to us in the field, even.
Thank you. I take my professional duties very seriously.
And do those duties include meeting with foreign dignitaries?
Yes, of course, from time to time. The law is my life. Nothing I do falls outside the scope of my duties.
You helped us this morning. You returned Kay's promise notebook to us just this morning. Surely you can't claim that that fell within the scope of your duties.
I am not a perfect servant of the law, that much is true.
No, you are a human being, and that was an act of simple human kindness. You have feelings, Judge Gabel, and you were allowed to have them. About the president's death, too.
I can still hardly believe it. If I might ask, how did he die?
He was crushed to death by the head of a monster known as Torosaurus.
Are you fucking joking me?
No, that's the premise of this case.
This is the last one, too.
Yep.
Forgive me.
I should probably explain.
Is that true? He died on the set of the movie?
He did. Interesting that you should even know what Torosaurus is.
Oh, I imagine I must have heard about it from Eustace.
Oh no, she's definitely into it.
Something about them shooting movies somewhere near the big building.
She isn't fooling anybody. She's clearly very upset about something. She mentioned Mr. Winter, who seems to have disappeared along with some vital evidence. Perhaps if she won't tell us what she discussed with the president, we should try to find out what else she might be hiding. I'm clearly getting under her skin. I need to dig further. Where's Mr. Winter? Franziska stepped in to take Mr. Winter's place in the trial. But how was she supposed to prosecute the case if he never handed over the evidence?
My interest is solely in ensuring that a trial proceeds fairly once it has begun. And if, once it has, vital evidence cannot be presented, it should surprise no one if the accused goes free.
You and the accused are both guilty. Don't lie to me, I'll expose you in the end. Oh.
I've neither the time nor the patience for your grandstanding right now, Mr. Edgeworth.
Grandstanding? I guess I didn't choose my words carefully enough. Bide my time.
I am a judge, a servant of the law. My personal thoughts and feelings do not come into it.
So you have no personal feelings when it comes to Mr. Winter's disappearance?
Of course I do. I worry about him terribly, too.
Worried about somebody else as well? Wait, 2? Does that mean there's somebody else you're worried about as well?
Ah,
I imagine their identity might explain your strangely agitated state.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a servant of the law. My feelings are immaterial.
We are all servants of the law, all of us who stand in the courtroom. But we're not superhuman. You, me, everybody else. We're just people underneath it all. Except I am a super person. Much as we'd like to bury our feelings and remain impartial, that simply isn't possible.
Ah, you are right, of course. I am in no fit state to offer impartial judgment.
Please, Judge Cabell, just tell us the truth. What's going on?
I'm... What do I do? What do I do?
Never seen her lose her composure like this. Should ask her who this person is she's so worried about. Damn. Professional mask is finally beginning to slip. Perhaps now I can get to the human being underneath. Are you worried about Mr. Winter? The person you're so worried about, is it Mr. Winter?
He's not been seen since he discovered the truth about his father. Of course I am worried about him, but this could also be a valuable test for him.
Test? It's an ordeal. Damn. Are you worried about Mr. Winter?
He chose to disappear, and he can choose to reappear.
And the other person you're worried about can't?
That's not something I am at liberty to talk about. I don't know what might happen to that poor child if I did.
Calling Eustace that poor child? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Hold on. Something is afoot outside. Alright. I thought I heard somebody that does not live here. But it turns out it's Sally's crazy ass. She just sounds, for some reason she sounds different when she talks to other people. She just yaps and yaps. Except nobody actually talks to her. Like, she just like talks at people. Nobody actually, like, the person on the other end is just going like, okay. You worried about Mr. Winner? She's so fucking loud. Bide my time.
He chose to disappear, and he can choose to reappear.
That poor child. Who are you talking about?
Nobody, please, it was nothing. Ignore it.
Judging by the look on her face, I definitely shouldn't. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. What are you worried about? Judge Gavelle, who are you so worried about? And where are they?
My apologies, but I simply cannot tell you that.
Time to deploy my clue. That poor child is missing, aren't they? This poor child is missing and that you're desperate to find them?
No.
And since you say child, I suppose we're right in assuming that this person is a minor.
I can't answer, and I won't. There's no bearing whatsoever on the murder of the president.
I'll need a clue if I'm going to pursue this line of questioning any further. You worried about Taurosaurus? This person you're so worried about, is it Taurosaurus?
I really don't have time for jokes, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's not a joke. I told you how the president was killed. You seemed surprised when I mentioned that he was crushed by Taurosaurus.
That was simply shock at learning how he died. And where a half-built firm sat on an empty lot.
Is there something wrong with where he died? Sounds as if something about where he died is particularly troubling you.
No, that's not true at all. It's just... film sets are places where dreams are made. Instead, a great man met his end there. I only hope that the utmost care is taken when the news is shared with the cast and crew.
A crew member found him. Oh my god, dude, she's so fucking loud. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid the cast and crew already know. We met two of them at the scene. A crew member and a young actor, Sean Fenn.
No. Why? Why did this have to happen?
Is this her, like, son? Something about the Taurosaurus connection really seems to be upsetting her. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. Someone from the movie, isn't it? You seem to get very sensitive every time I mention Taurosaurus. The poor child you mentioned has something to do with the movie, don't they?
Ah! How? How did you...
You're usually so cool and collected. Your discomfort told me everything I needed to know. Who is this poor child? You have to tell us.
Very well. You've figured out so much already. I might as well tell you the truth. The person I am so worried about, the person I am so desperate to find, is Sean Fenn.
Sean? But why?
That is more than I can allow you to know.
Judge Gavelle, you said you would tell us the truth. And if you don't give it up voluntarily, we'll have to force it from you. I'm afraid you're just going to have to accept that. I need to get her to tell me why she's so desperate to find Sean. Do you know him? Do you know Sean personally?
He is famous.
I doubt there are many people who do not know him. I certainly didn't until today.
Then you clearly
Need to be better informed. Perhaps I could teach you a few things. There is almost nothing I don't know about him.
forgive me. I allowed myself to get a little carried away.
That seems to happen quite a bit when the subject of Sean comes up.
Look, I do not know him personally. I simply know a lot about him.
I'll need a clue if I'm going to pursue this line of questioning any further. God damn it. Are you a fan of Sean's, perhaps?
Am I? Yes, I am. I'm an ardent admirer of the work of Sean Finn, child actor extraordinaire. I heard that he was filming near the big building, so I made it my business to learn where the set was and some other important details.
I see. Suppose that makes sense. As a fan, you'd want to know such things. Imagine you would also try to learn when he was supposed to be on set.
Yes, of course. He said he would be filming there all day today.
Did you hear that from Sean himself? Make it sound like you heard that from Sean himself.
I
don't think he'd be sharing his schedule with a mere fan, do you?
No, I misspoke. Ignore me.
Every slip of the tongue she makes seems to do with Sean. And now he knows she's spoken with him. That's an important clue. We're trying to find Sean too. Do you have any idea where he might be?
Why would I have any idea about that? The two of us aren't connected in any way at all.
Okay. Do you know him?
My God, dude, she just goes on and on and on. She's just been yapping for the last like 15 minutes, and whoever she's talking to is like just like okay, like giving her nothing, and she just keeps going. She's just complaining about a bunch of shit.
You must have spoken to him. I can understand you're being worried about Sean, but you seem a little too worried. You implied before that you had spoken to him, which must surely mean that you know him personally.
How did I give away so much?
So the two of you are acquainted. This is surely an important clue. We're trying to find Sean too. I don't know what exactly the connection is between you and Sean, but I know for certain that it exists. You've as good as told us that it does. Please, Judge Cavell, you have to help us try to find him.
Helped you? That would never be allowed.
By whom? The goddess of justice?
By the one person who knows where he is.
Damn it. person who kidnapped him? At last, the puzzle pieces are finally starting to fall into place. I know why you're so reluctant to tell us anything about your relationship with Sean. Admit it. He's been kidnapped, hasn't he?
I...
Sorry, that was so bad. I just don't want to be loud. I need you to tell me the truth, all of it.
Very well. This time, I will tell you everything. Your intuition was correct. Sean has been kidnapped.
I knew it. But why does that have anything to do with you?
Sean is... He's my son.
Yup. What? Well, they may not have found out what she and President Wang were talking about. Found out something just as important. Sean has been abducted. Not exactly the endgame I was expecting, but that's checkmate nonetheless.
What? You're Sean's mom, Judge Gavel? No way. Come on, you're too young. It's true. I am Sean's mother. Look.
Magazine clipping.
An article about Sean. You always carry this with you? Yes, everywhere I go. I guess you could call it a kind of talisman.
It certainly speaks to the bond between them. And you're sure he's been kidnapped?
Unfortunately, yes. I received a phone call from the kidnapper just before the trial began.
I'm guessing that's probably Shelley. Did they make any demands?
Only one, that Fifi Lagarde be found not guilty.
Well, that certainly explains what we saw in there. And without any, you can't charge me with anything, isn't that right, Verity darling?
It is. Without the items in question, the prosecution's case against the defendant cannot proceed. As such, this court hereby declares the accused Fifi Lagarde not guilty.
That's why you came so close to declaring her innocent.
I have failed in my duty to the law. I am judge. If I cannot arbitrate with impartiality, I make a mockery of justice. And yet, I tried to. I tried to force through a ruling based on nothing but my own self-interest.
Judge Gavel.
The goddess must be furious with me. But I just couldn't do it. I couldn't sacrifice my son on the altar of justice. I couldn't remain impartial when it mattered most. Of course you couldn't. Are you crazy?
Okay.
No parent could just give up on their child like that. If it makes the goddess of justice mad, then I'm sorry, but she's wrong. If she really thinks that way, then she's the guilty one. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, declared the goddess guilty. That's bold. Kay is right, as I told you. Though we all serve the law, we are also only human. I'm only human, after all. And none of us could or should be expected to sacrifice a child for the sake of a verdict.
Thank you, both of you. But the trial must continue. There is no escaping that.
Your Honor, there you are.
It seems it is time. Judge Gavel. My dad was a prosecutor. He was? Yeah, he used to work in a courtroom just like you do. And I was thinking about what he would have done if he was in your position right now. If a prosecutor were forced to insist that a clearly innocent suspect be found guilty. I know what he would have done. Anything, that's what. He would have done anything to get me back.
He would? So what I'm trying to say is, you can trust us. What do you mean? To get him back, to snatch him from the jaws of danger. I'm the second Yatagarasu, and if you agree to trust me, I promise I'll get him back for you. The thief who steals only the truth. Perhaps one or two other things. Well, Judge Gavelle, what do you say? Do you trust the great thief to steal back that which matters most to you?
Mr. Edgeworth.
I'd like to help too, if that's alright with you.
Thank you. I know I am in no position to ask this of you, but please, please, see that he comes home safely.
Oh, we will. Don't worry, you can count on us.
Here, take my cell phone.
Oh.
The kidnapper may call again.
You'll get it back, along with your son, I promise.
I will do everything I can to draw out the triumph. But I don't imagine I can give you more than about 2 hours at best.
2 hours. That gives us until 2 p.m.
Please, I'm counting on you.
2 hours, huh? And here I thought the great thief was on sabbatical.
Well, hold on to your hat, because she's back in business. Alright, let's do this. My first commission. Can't afford to mess this up.
In that case, we'd better start looking right away. Where to begin? Where the heck did he go? Maybe he just went home?
You're right. They won't be doing any filming today after all.
Sure. Maybe he went on the lam. I still don't know what the fuck the lam is. Perhaps we should see if Sean left any clues behind at the big building.
Hey, what are you doing giving orders? This is a great thief operation. I'm in charge now.
Is that so? Then what am I?
You're my assistant. First assistant to the great thief Yatagarasu. Talk about an honor.
I've been relegated to thief's assistant?
Alright, let's go to work. Team Yatagarasu, move out.
April 6, 12:10 p.m. Big building. Plaza.
Alright, here we are. Ready on 3. Just follow my lead. You'll be fine, okay?
What exactly are you talking about?
Even in the depths of the night. Hey, your turn. Keep up, will you?
Why are you making me do this?
Because the great thief Yatagarasu just arrived at the scene of the crime, dummy. How is anybody supposed to know that if we don't announce her appearance?
You may be a thief, but I most certainly am not.
Fine, I'll do it on my own. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me. I am the great thief Yatagarasu.
I'm very much aware of who you are, thank you. Shall we get on with this investigation?
You're no fun at all.
We don't have time for fun. We have less than 8 hours, in fact. We better get started.
Alright, well we have a photo. Let's show it to a few people, see if it jogs any memories.
Oh my god, it's this guy.
Oh, hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Long time no see.
Wait, you're... This is Will Powers. It's an action star I met on an old case. It's also the man behind the mask of the one and only Steel Samurai. Long time no see indeed.
Nice to meet you. I'm Kay Faraday, great thief. Mr. Edgeworth has been working as my assistant.
Good to meet you, but thief? Mr. Edgeworth has been assisting a thief?
Let's not worry about that for now. We'd like to ask you about what happened this morning, if that's alright.
Sure. I don't know if I can be of much help to you, but sure.
So he'll be one of Sean's work colleagues. Guess we'd better just dive right in.
I heard you were investigating this one, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, yes. But I'm not the prosecutor in charge, of course.
But if you're Kay here's assistant, I guess this is her case?
No, that's simply... I can see you're an intelligent man. You're right, of course. I'm in charge of this one. Don't encourage her. Alright. I'll need you to give me straight answers. First of all, this case. You notice anything weird, or perhaps you could give me your impressions. Is that supposed to sound like me?
My impressions? I guess my main concern is, no offense to the victim and all, but... Is it all over for the production? Are we done? Can't help but worry.
I think it's probably safe to assume that you are. At least for now.
Right. I knew it. What a bummer. We don't have the location for much longer either.
Because you were due to finish shooting soon?
No, because they're due to start building. That lot won't be empty for long. They were letting us use it while they got ready to make a start.
I guess the plan was to shoot the rest on a lot back at Global Studios.
I've been so worried about everything. What with people spreading all these rumors, too.
Rumors?
Yeah, this journalist keeps coming around. Y'all been hiding real monsters on that there set of yours. Y'all can't do that, I'm gonna expose y'all. She's always saying stuff like that.
I guess I know exactly who this journalist might be.
Yeah, the photographer, right? I thought you maybe knew her.
But you're not, are you? Hiding real monsters, I mean?
Are you kidding? If they had real monsters to call on, I'd be out of a job.
So you've all been working hard on the movie?
Yeah, it's the first time I've been on a reboot of an old series. This one's been a real challenge for me and everybody else over at Global Studios.
Boy, they'd put this kind of energy into making a new Steel Samurai show or something. What role are you playing for this one?
Me? I'm Torosaurus himself.
No way, so you're the star?
Well, not quite. I'm in a costume, see? My face won't ever appear on screen.
Damn, he's really fallen from glory.
Really? Still, that's pretty amazing. Wish I could wear a costume like that. Hey, do you think I could try it on sometime? I'd settle for just climbing inside one of the horns.
I'd love to say yes, but that's not how it works. You can't really climb inside that part.
Oh, I get it, because I'm an outsider, right?
That's not the issue at all here, okay? Can I ask you a couple questions about Sean?
Sean? Oh, sure. Penny told me what happened. He just disappeared, right? Yeah. Sounds like him.
Does he do that a lot?
Yeah, kinda. We take 5 mid-shoot. You look around sometimes and it's just gone.
Do you have any idea where he might have hit it off to?
Sorry, no. I did see him leaving the set, though.
Huh? You did? Where was he headed?
He got on the site bus. I was checking some equipment over, and by the time I looked back up, he was gone.
The site bus? What if he left any clues behind? Do you mind if we take a look inside the bus, Mr. Powers?
Sure. I have to excuse the mess, though.
Alright, let's see what we can find. Oops. Oh, hey there, pal. Why the long face, huh? Ever think you ought to might lighten up a little? Smile more, cutie. Did you take on any passengers here this morning? Does a witch wear a pointy hat? You bet I did. Just the one fare, mind you. And who was the passenger? It's two guys, had on these black suits, real sharp looking. Did they have a boy with them? This boy. Like I said, it was just the two of them. Alright, never mind. Thank you for your help. Thought we might be onto something there, but no luck. A very good day to you, Prosecutor Edgeworth, sir. Oh, I'm not a prosecutor anymore, but he doesn't need to know that, I guess. Good day to you too, officer. Can I ask you why you've been posted here? Me? I'm just keeping an eye on things. Excellent. Then perhaps you can tell me if any vehicles have come in or out here this morning. Not except the taxi and the blue truck over there, sir. Only 2 vehicles have come in or out. That could be useful to know. Sean! Sean! Is that a reference? You in there? No sign of him here either. Kinda thought that basket on the back of the truck there looked suspicious. She's not wrong, it does. Huh? What are you doing, Mr. Edgeworth? Pointing. Why are you touching the truck? The engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while. No way. Can you tell just from that? And if it's been parked here for a while, I guess the driver might not be nearby either. We don't really have time to stand around waiting until they get back. Blue truck data. It's a map of the area around the big building. Let's take a closer look. Sundown sanitation plant. What, do they make cleaning products there or something? Sadly not. I think they just incinerate all the garbage the trucks bring back. By the way, Kay, you seem a little antsy. Oh, it's nothing. Hey, did you see up in the other corner of the map? There's another garbage facility. Indeed there is. I imagine it probably fulfills a slightly different function. And seem to be quite a few such facilities in the area. Yeah. Hey, this place is littered with them. Really? Well, that's what you were so excited about? A third-rate pun? I don't really buy in all that stuff. But they do say the light from the sun in the morning gives you more wrinkles, right? And why are we talking about this? Why do you think? Because they called it Morning Tan Park. I'd certainly like to be basking in the morning sunshine without a care in the world right now. This is the big building itself, so that's where we are right now. It's kind of cool looking, but I still can't quite bring myself to like it. I'm not surprised. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you never wanted to come here again. Hey, when this is all over, when we have the whole case wrapped up, can we maybe come here just for fun? You can bring Gummy, too. You don't let the past drag you down, do you? It's an admirable quality, I guess. Let's think about that later, shall we, Kay? This case isn't over just yet. Can't afford to start making plans for when it's done. Oh, fine. Fine. Well, let's hurry up and solve this little mystery, shall we? There's a garbage processing facility right here next to the fishing port. Do they process garbage they pull out of the sea or something? I guess they might. I doubt that's all they deal with. So what else? Oh, like garbage that washes up on the shore? Shells and fish bones and stuff? Who throws that stuff in there in the first place, huh? They should be ashamed of themselves. Didn't they ever hear of recycling? You could make earrings and necklaces, and yeah. Let's maybe talk about this another time, shall we, Kay? Sunshine Coliseum. Oh, all kinds of events there. Yeah, I wanted to go to the World Thief Symposium, but they canceled it this year. So cool. Thieves from all over the planet all gathered in one place. I mean, there was that thing where they arrested pretty much everybody who attended, I guess. And some people did say the whole thing was just a trap set by the police. And did you still want it to go? Is that everything? There's an array of filming equipment here. You getting ready to shoot something?
No, nothing scheduled for today at this location. It's just a case that's gone missing.
Case? Case? What is he talking about?
Yeah, all that stuff there is normally stored inside a large case. But I look away for 5 minutes and it's wandered off somewhere.
Sounds like there's a thief around here. What exactly was taken?
Just the case, as far as I can tell.
I only take that. I would have been more interested in what was inside it myself. I guess whoever took it must have needed the case more than its contents. Did they need to put something in it? Where would Sean have been sitting?
Sean? Oh, that's his seat with the backpack on it.
There's something poking out of it. A videotape.
Oh? We use these when we're shooting. Why would Sean have one?
Is there something he wanted to record? This could be a clue. I love the fact that this game takes place in, like, I don't remember when exactly, but I'm pretty sure this is like 2010s, right? When cassette tapes or VHS tapes are like not really a thing anymore. We kind of phased those out in the 2010s. They have a way for us to check what's on the tape?
Sure, there's a couple of monitors set up right over there. Alright, hitting play.
It's Sean. Is he rehearsing his lines?
Sean was there on his own, running his lines.
It's clearly a visible footprint right there, which means this must be from last night.
Yeah, he does this sometimes. When he's not happy with the scene, he borrows the equipment and goes over it on his own time.
Wow, it's really dedicated, huh?
Sure is. Maybe young, but he takes his craft seriously. You gotta admire it. Well, that's that part of it, at least. Using the kid without asking part, not so much.
He would have been able to use the equipment on his own?
Sure. All he wanted to do was shoot something pretty basic.
Huh? What is it, Kay?
Where did Sean go?
He ran off somewhere. Just left the camera running? Just left the camera running? It stopped. I guess he ran out of tape. So that's all that's on there? Sean's rehearsal? From yesterday evening shows Sean rehearsing by a monster footprint. It's midday already. Think Judge Gaval and the others are doing okay? I'm not sure. How long is it realistically possible to drag out proceedings, I wonder?
We have to find Sean.
Indeed we do.
Oh, heck, not like that, dang it.
I didn't think we were gonna get us a scoop like that. Sorry, Chief, my bad. How many times I gotta say it? We're scoop fiends. Wild critters that survive on scoops and scoops alone. Every second we ain't scooping, we're starving. It's scoop or die out here. Yes, Chief.
Well, look at who it is, although I can't help but wish it wasn't.
When did those two get there? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, we should go talk to them.
Should we? Fine.
Yes, we should.
Miss Lloyd calls you Chief, doesn't she?
Sure does, 'cause that's exactly what I am. She's my #1 cub reporter. She seems my unique brand of shutterbugging caught her eye, so she came to me to learn the trade. She may be a scribbler, not a snapper, but the both of us are hungry for soup 24/7. And besides, who doesn't want to be called Chief, right?
Miss Hart's pictures were what drew Miss Lloyd to her. Suppose it's no surprise that this particular chief attracted an apprentice with such unique tastes.
Sure, she didn't score no big stories just yet, but she's hungry, boy, is she. Hungrier than me, even. And she wants a Torosaurus exclusive better than a coyote wants a chicken. She's been turning this place upside down all day, looking for leads. She has? Maybe she knows something about the kidnapping. I think we should ask her, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth?
Agreed. We need all the help we can get to find Sean. I can think of one piece of evidence that might encourage her to tell us what we need to know. So now that the story of the underground auction is in the bag, what's next?
Come on, as if you need to even ask. Torosaurus, that's what. Fate done dropped him right in my dang lap, snuck in upstairs to cover the auction, and then he shows up right on the doorstep and stomps big old footprints everywhere for good measure.
And do you have a particular news outlet in mind for this big scoop?
Fox News. Does a bear do its business in the woods? I got me 2 or 3 in mind. They'll be all over this like a rash. Heck, there is even one right here in the big building. Tabby and me were in and out of there all the time. I mean, mostly on account of how fond they seem to be of throwing us out on our ears, but still.
Sounds as if they're both more out than in.
Well, if ain't my good friend Ruffles. Good to see y'all again.
And you, Miss Lloyd, but how come you're here if you don't mind me asking? Miss Lloyd, the accusation of murder made against you was of course entirely groundless, but the fact remains that you were a willing participant in the staged assassination attempt. The police will no doubt wish to speak to you about the matter. You should be aware that you may well be punished for your actions.
Well, they kinda dropped the whole case out of nowhere. Packed me up and shipped me home without so much as a slap on the wrist. Guess it was their way of saying, you keep up the good work now. They did seem kinda keen to get me to never ever mention the whole thing ever again, though.
Yes, because you weren't part of the official story of the attempt on the president's life. They can't afford to have you getting in the way of that.
But Mr. Edgeworth, telling Tabby not to talk is like trying to stop a dam from bursting with a piece of tape.
Not exactly the most delicate way of putting it.
Wrote up the whole thing, of course. Every last detail, plus a few of my own. Handed it into the paper, hopes all high and all. But nothing. Not a peep.
Somebody putting pressure on them? Or the details you added a little too gratuitous, perhaps? Both seem equally plausible, unfortunately. What are you doing here at the big building? You reporting on something?
Hey, maybe I didn't make this clear enough the first time we met. But you want a reporter to scratch your back, you gotta scratch hers first, if you catch my meaning.
You mean you want me to give you something you can use for an article?
Bingo! And it better be good. 'Cause if it ain't, this conversation's over.
We do need to know about what might have happened to Sean. Perhaps I could show her a piece of evidence and see if she has anything to give me in return. Miss Lloyd, this picture.
Say no more, Ruffles. I already know what you're gonna ask.
Huh? You do? You're looking for him, right? The kid? What? He just can't get out from under the drama, huh? Wherever he goes, the bodies follow. Miles Edgeworth, trouble magnet. Pretty much sums you up, right? And is my reputation really so sordid? And now you done got yourself wrapped up in a kidnapping too? Crazy. Huh? How do you know about that? Shh, pop down, will you? Can't be talking about this stuff too loud. I even told the chief about it. Gotta keep it on the down low, okay? Ain't a cat I want out of the bag just yet. Seriously, how do you know about it? Surely Judge Cavell hasn't told anybody except us. I bet you'd just love to know, wouldn't you? Well, you can't. It's a secret. She's as stubborn as ever, it seems. Hey, quit staring at me like that. I ain't sharing nothing with that thundercloud of a face.
So, you know something, right?
Sure do. Truth is, I done saw it. Little kid being bundled off by two shady characters in black suits.
What? Do you know where they went?
Nope, don't got a clue. They was kind of far away when I spotted them. Lost sight pretty quick.
Dang it. Still, at least we know something about our kidnappers now.
Yes, 2 men in black.
I love that movie.
Alright, let's see. Two men in black. So we've learned a little something about the kidnappers. Miss Lloyd saw 2 men taking Sean away. The taxi driver remembers giving 2 similar-looking men a ride.
They must be the same people, right?
I'd say it's a distinct possibility, yes. But there's one thing that doesn't make sense. The taxi driver said specifically that the 2 men didn't have a child with them. I think they put him in that case.
Well, yeah, that is weird.
No Sean, stolen case. Could it be the kidnappers who stole the case?
Wait, you mean...
Yes, what if they put Sean inside it?
He's little enough that he'd fit, I guess. So the reason the taxi driver didn't see him
might be that he was loaded into the truck as baggage.
But why did they need to hide him?
Well, they're kidnapping him. Imagine they might not have planned to originally. But they didn't count on there being a police presence here in the plaza.
Right, that makes sense.
They didn't want the officer on duty to see them going off with Sean. So they took a rather drastic measure.
That must be it. Alright, let's go and see what the taxi driver can tell us.
The 2 men you told us about, did they have any baggage with them? Boy, did they, a giant case. Wasn't easy getting that thing in the trunk, I tell you.
That settles it. They must have been the kidnappers.
Where did you take those 2 men, if you don't mind me asking? Look, I can see this is important. How about I give you a ride there?
That's a great idea. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth.
All right, thank you. My pleasure, folks. Oh, let me turn the fan on. It gets hot in here during the day.
Phew.
Because the landlord insists on keeping it at like 75 degrees in this house, despite the fact that it's 80 degrees outside. It gets pissy if you try to change it. I mean, to be fair, he's paying for electricity, but 80 degrees, 75 is a little insane.
Did he have to drive that fast? I feel kind of queasy. Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? You look a little green yourself.
I'm fine. The driver said he took them in to the garage of this house right here.
Which means that this must be where they brought the case. No way. Look at the name on the mailbox.
The name? What? Excelsius Winner. Whoa.
This must be that chairman guy's house.
What? Excelsius Winner ordered Sean's kidnapping? What's going on here?
Isn't he currently under arrest? Nice, the garage door is unlocked.
Spotted that quickly, although I guess I probably shouldn't be surprised. Smells of engine oil in here. I guess Winter Senior must be something of a motorhead.
Anybody home? No? Anybody?
What are we, Kay? Common house thieves?
You take that back. We're great thieves, and don't let me ever hear you say different. Have some self-respect, Mr. Edgeworth.
She didn't like that at all. Anyway, it seems nobody's around, which hopefully means we're not at risk of being arrested.
Don't let your guard down yet. We're only just getting started here. Now let's find us some treasures.
Aren't we supposed to be looking for Sean? Some bloody gloves. I think we know what this is. Oh, I think I clicked on the case. Yes, this has to be it. The equipment case that Mr. Powers told us was stolen.
They folded little Sean up, packed him in there, and shipped him all the way here, huh?
He's a boy, Kay, not a piece of equipment. It's possible that he's still here.
We better find him. My reputation as a great thief is riding on this, and yours as my assistant.
Sure it is.
Look, a treasure.
These are mechanics gloves. Death. Designed to be worn when fixing vehicles or working with machines.
Covered in oil that looks like it must be from a machine, too.
And strangely dirt. An awful lot of dirt. I doubt they would have gotten like that from a motorcycle maintenance.
Ugh, I hate the guy, but I have to admit, I like his gloves a lot. Think we can maybe come up with a good excuse to, borrow them?
Borrow a murderer's gloves? Is that what you want? I was about to take them into evidence, but now I'm not so sure that's a good idea. What's with the little shards on them?
No way. This bike is super cool. There's even a skull over the headlight.
Suppose it's designed so that the eyes light up when you turn it on.
Really? Wow. I'll bet it's still nothing compared to when you get that steely glint in your eyes.
My eyes don't actually light up, Kay. Mine do.
Look at these huge bags of flour, Mr. Edgeworth. If we had some water in a rolling pin, we could make us some delicious fresh noodles. I like them nice and firm, don't you? You have to boil them just the right amount.
That's not flour, Kay. It's cement. Mixed it with water, it would become very, very firm indeed.
Really? Wow. Cement noodles. Yeah, those would probably kind of stick in your throat, huh?
Just a little, Kay. Just a little. Never change, Kay. It's a sledgehammer, a shovel, and a bunch of other heavy-duty tools here.
Thing makes Judge Gabel's hammer look puny. If I ever became a judge, I'm getting one like this.
I doubt you'll make yourself very popular swinging one of those around in a courtroom.
Really? Fine. If I swung that shovel around instead.
Then it wouldn't be a courtroom, it would be a circus. Promise me you won't do that. Thunk? Huh?
Somebody in the back there.
Thud thunk. Clatter.
Sean, is that you?
Sean, is that you?
Sean, stay right there. We're coming.
Huh? That's... But, Mr. Winner.
What? What's he doing here? Wait, this is Chairman Winter's house, right? Which means...
Yes, it's Mr. Winner's home, too, presumably. So how did we wind up like this? Untie him, Kay, quickly. My god. He really hates his son.
Little expert rope work, huh? Leave it to me. Alright, like this and through there, and you're free. Are you okay, Eustace?
It looks like he's been through hell. When did you come to be tied up down here?
I don't know. You found me. Why don't you tell me?
Because we don't know, which is why we're asking.
I'm not sure you're going to be able to get much out of him like this.
No, in which case, there's only one thing for it.
Wait, you mean...
I hate to beat a man while he's down, but it might be the only way.
Are you sure?
Look, don't go too hard on him, okay? You might push him over the edge. Understood. I'll tread carefully, I promise. Though I can't promise I'll be very good at it. Never held back against my opponents before, after all. Doing mind chess? We just did it not so long ago. The last time we saw him, he was running out of the courtroom. How did he wind up here?
You don't understand. You don't know what it's like being me.
Whoa. He's been through a lot. It's going to be hard to know what might cause him to lose control. In which case, I guess I may just have to quietly listen to what he has to say.
Why me? Why am I always the last one to know? The butt of every joke.
He clearly has questions. To do my best to try and answer them. But he's also clearly in no fit state for this. I'll need to try and finish this quickly. Should figure out what he needs to hear and try to calm him down. Oh boy.
You're a total failure of a human being.
Just take a deep breath and tell me what's on your mind, Eustace.
No, I will not. Even if I did, it's not like you'd listen to me. What is this? Why aren't you shouting objection? You always shout objection. What? You're really going to listen to me?
Learning the truth about your father can't have been easy. I can only sympathize.
That wasn't the hard part. The hard part was losing everything I ever had in a single morning. Everything I thought I worked for, it was all a lie. Tad just made it happen. So tell me, Edgeworth, what am I supposed to believe in now?
To believe in yourself. You can lose faith in everything but yourself. That you have to believe in. But you don't have to do it alone. Experience I can't give you, but knowledge, that I'm happy to offer.
I had some time to think while I was tied up like that, and I realized something. I'm not cut out to be a prosecutor. I'm incompetent? I don't even know the right word. Why are you ignoring me? Is this some kind of game of yours? You're trying to make me feel even worse?
No, calm down, please, since I chose the wrong moment to stay quiet. Is he sad, angry? He cries either way, so it's impossible to tell. He's crying so much, it's making him hard to read. Oops. Whoops. Bad. That wasn't the right choice.
Shit.
I think the word you're looking for is incompetent, but judging one's own competence is notoriously difficult, so I need you to trust me on something. You're getting better at this, Eustace, day by day, inch by inch, I swear it all. Now, I need to ask you something. Will you help me out? Sure. What do you want to hear? What do you want to know? Well, first of all, thank you for calming down. Next, I want you to tell me about your kidnapping. I need you to be as detailed as possible, Eustace. Tell me everything you remember seeing and hearing. Who were you kidnapped by? Have any idea who your kidnappers might have been? No, of course I don't. If I did, I'd have told you already. I need to find a clue if I'm going to pursue this line of questioning any further. Why would somebody kidnap you only to take you back to your own home? Don't you think I want to know that too? I'm the victim here. What are you asking me for? How am I supposed to know? They locked me up in that box, then locked me up in here. I was scared. So scared. Did you happen to overhear anything your kidnappers might have said? I think one said if you want to blame somebody, blame the guy who owns his house. The owner, Excelsius Winner? The owner of this house? That's your father, isn't it? It is? I guess it is, huh? Oh, I get it. The kidnappers were people who hated my dad. That's not it, at least not based on what else we know of the situation. There was some kind of link between the kidnappers and Winner Sr. that could be a clue. Have any idea why somebody might have wanted to kidnap you? What do you mean? Why does anyone kidnap anybody for a ransom, right? I'll need a clue if I'm going to pursue them. Okay. Father was behind your kidnapping. Your captor wanted you easily at hand. Where could be more convenient than one's own home? I hate to break it to you, Eustace, but the kidnapping was ordered by your father. What? You don't think he wanted me out of the way? That he was going to kill me? Of course not. What good would that have done him? His own son dead in the family garage, he would have instantly become the prime suspect. You're right. Okay, so why did he have me kidnapped? Well, it won't have been for a ransom, not his own son. That wouldn't make sense. So his motive for the kidnapping must have been something else. This could be an important clue. Why would somebody kidnap their own child if they were planning on demanding a ransom? Yeah, that is kind of weird. Did anything odd happen during the kidnapping? No. I just answered their stupid question and they grabbed me. What did they ask you? Their question? What did they ask you? Stop glaring at me like that. What was it again? Oh, yeah, they asked me if I knew Gavel. Of course. Things are starting to fall into place now. Your father, his goal wasn't to kidnap you. He was out to kidnap Judge Gavel's son, Sean Fenn. because he wanted to force Her Honor into declaring Warden Lagarde not guilty. Wait, Gavel has a son? Was also Lagarde would be found not guilty? I think you were mistaken for Sean, and that's why you were kidnapped. What? You mean I went through all that by mistake? Wait, that kind of makes sense. Yeah. That would kind of explain the part where... Or what? You remembered something? No, it's nothing. I'm nothing. I'm useless. Meaningless. Just go. Just leave me all alone. This isn't good. I think I've pushed him as far as he can reasonably be pushed. To calm him down and get him to tell me what it is he just remembered. Judging by his fragile demeanor, I'd say he's still suffering considerably. I need to help him get back on his feet. You remembered something just now. What was it? I didn't remember anything. All I remember is him. Ah. I thought I was supposed to, like, let him, you know. Him? You mean your father? No, I didn't mean to bring him up. I'm nothing compared to him. I'd never have been made prosecutor if he didn't help. I've been wanting to ask you about that for some time. Why did you become a prosecutor? What do you mean? You think it too, don't you? That I wasn't meant to be one? I'm not good enough? Say something, will you? You chose this path. Why? You must have a reason. It's not like that. There's no big reason behind it at all. The reason is stupid and dumb and not important. Like I said, it's stupid. Probably doesn't mean much to anybody except me. I've often felt much the same about my own reasons for becoming a prosecutor. Really? You have? But you're a real one. You're a real one. You're a real one. A good one. A success. Even my dad, the chairman of the committee, said so. You wanted your father's approval? You wanted your father's approval. I can well understand that. You can? I thought if I became the best prosecutor out there, he'd finally accept me for who I am. I just wanted to not be useless. You're not covering for your father in any way, are you? What? No, I won't cover for him ever again. I mean, why would I after what he's done? Because you want to be used to your father. You have a strong desire to be of use to him, so he'll approve of you. Is that fair to say? I mean, why can't I be? Just once. Just once in my stupid life. Why can't I make it better? Why can't I clean his name? Not possible. God damn it. You mean your father? God, I'm not gonna make it. This mechanic is so, like, it's interesting, but it's also, like, I don't know. I feel like the time was, the time constraint was not worth putting in there. It isn't possible to clean a name, Eustace, but you can clear one. Huh? I never knew that. Your father's case, though, it's going to be hard. His crimes continue as your kidnapping shows. Knowing that, do you still think you can help him? But what else do I have? What else am I supposed to do? Why don't you be the better man and rise above the father who made a fool of you? Stare him straight in the eyes and stop him from committing any more crimes. Hey, you're right. Prove him wrong about me. I'll prove him wrong about everything. That seems to have calmed him down again. I just need to get him to tell me what happened to the evidence. See if I can't give him the courage he'll need to stand up to his father. Key pieces of evidence from the Lagarde trial failed to make it to the courtroom. As the prosecutor in charge, they were your responsibility. Did you misplace them somehow? No, that's not what happened. You haven't heard my side of the story. I thought I was putting them in the safest place there was. But what did I do? What did I do? I'll need a clue if I'm going to pursue this line of questioning. What's the connection between your father and Warden Lagarde? Sorry, I don't know much about that. You can't think of anything? Even the smallest morsel could be a valuable clue. Oh, I think they maybe worked together once. God damn it. Ah, fuck. And what is it? What else have you remembered? I think she got the job at the prison because my dad recommended her. Interesting. Did he have any particular reason to recommend her? Yeah, I guess he thought she was good at her job. Unlike me. You're jealous of her? God damn it. I think they knew each other from back when he was the chief prosecutor. What was he like back then? Was he different at all? Oh, he was amazing. There wasn't a piece of evidence he didn't know, or a case file he hadn't read. Intimate knowledge of cases and the evidence pertaining to them. That could be an important clue. Key pieces of evidence from the Lagarde trial failed to make it to the court. Okay, yeah. Seems he's drowning in his own self-doubt again. I guess I'd better send out a lifeboat and bring him in. I think I know what you thought would be the safest place possible. With your father, isn't that correct?
He told me it would be all safe with him. He said there would be nowhere safer.
Well, I'm afraid he betrayed your trust, and in the ugliest way possible.
So he got rid of it? Why, Dad? What were you thinking?
Your father wanted to obscure the truth in order to ensure that Warden Lagarde was declared innocent. There's no easy way to say this, Eustace. He used you. Fork found in the kitchen. There's a chance that the evidence is still in Chairman Winter's possession. We still don't know where Sean is. We need to get back out there and find him.
It's all my fault. What do I do now?
Can't stand by and watch him like this. He's had a brutal collision with the reality he never knew even existed. Should ask him what he means to do now. Perhaps I can even help him figure that out. There's no way around it. The road ahead will be a hard one. But maybe this is fate. Maybe my job is to point him in the right direction. What do you mean to do now? So what now, Eustace?
Well, first I'm going to give this stupid jacket back. I don't deserve to wear it. My dad always said that clothes make you a man, but I'm no man.
It's clothes that make the man, Eustace.
It is? Thanks, Edgeworth. I'm learning a lot from you today.
That's good to hear. Now about that jacket, why don't we make you into a prosecutor worthy of it?
All right, let's do it. Let's make it so nobody ever makes fun of me again.
God damn it.
But how? How do I get there? Tell me, what do I need to do? I just don't know. I just don't know.
I need a clue if I'm going to pursue. Damn it. Do you mean to continue working as a prosecutor, Eustace?
I don't even want to think about that yet. After all, I only ever became one because of my dad. I probably shouldn't even think about carrying on, should I?
Only you can answer that. The only person who can answer that question is you.
Yeah.
Only you can decide what path you choose to walk.
Then I don't want to stop being a prosecutor. If I give up now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I just know it.
So he intends to see this through. I'll bear that in mind. So what now, Eustace? Do you mean to be like your father, to continue to ignore the truth?
Come on, give me a break, will you? Can a guy get a glass of human kindness when he needs one?
You mean the milk of human kindness? You talking about the milk of human kindness? I'm afraid that's not quite how the phrase is used.
Huh? It's not?
Listen, talking with you like this, it's helpful for me too. There was a time where there were truths I didn't want to face up to either. But a good friend taught me the error of my ways. I think he's talking about Phoenix.
That's nice, but I don't have anybody like that.
I can be that person for you. You could muster the courage to try to find your feet again. I'd be very happy to help.
You would?
But only if you really mean to try. I don't want to be like my dad. You want to be better than him, don't you? Yes, Eustace. I see it now. He's told me that he wishes to be better than his father, and that he wishes to remain a prosecutor. I take that to mean that he wants to be a different kind of prosecutor than his father. That's the first important decision he's ever made for himself. It tells us where he wants to go next. So, what now, Eustace? Well, first I'm gonna give this... Okay, yeah. His clothes make the man. If only he'd remember his own words from a few minutes ago. The decision he made should serve as a good guide as what he should do next. You want to remain a prosecutor, but walk a different path from your father, correct? It won't be easy, but the path you have chosen is that of the true prosecutor. And now that you have chosen it, when the time comes, you'll know exactly what to do. You're lucky. I myself still haven't quite decided what to do with my life. But you have, and it's a choice you made all on your own. Now all you have to do is believe in yourself and in the path you've chosen. Mistaken for Sean and kidnapped by his own father's underlings, losing his belief in himself as a prosecutor after his father stole his evidence. He's been through so much in the span of a single day, more than I can imagine. Well, it took a little longer than I thought it would, but that's checkmate. Phew. Alright. And with that, I'm calling it. Long-ass 7-hour stream. Thanks everybody for hanging out. We are gonna play Crab Souls tonight, I believe. So I'm gonna take a little nap and we'll be back. As always. Ciao. Bye everybody. Almost done with A's Attorney Investigations.